Trustee, thank you. Likewise. Have you had a chance to visit with Cliff in reference to the code?
I have not, he hasn't reached out to me.
Well, according to him, he's been trying to get in touch with you.
I haven't gotten any messages from him.
Well, he's called the office several times, and that's when you were tied up at the court.
But I've talked to his lawyer 4 or 5 times over the last 3 days.
I see.
I've talked to we've had.
Okay, all right, this is in reference to the,
He's communicated.
Okay.
Aggressive, not aggressively, but.
yeah, in order to get.
How's it going?
Okay.
Okay, arriving this.
Oh, you did, okay, so,
Today we exchanged 4 emails.
oh, okay. As long as you
He
can-
sent me a draft of the agreement 2 weeks ago. I sent you that.
Ah, good one.
Last week, and sent
Okay.
the latest one he sent me.
All right, I don't know if you're aware, but I've been now named the vice chair of the COVID.
No, there's been a ton of communication.
okay.
I don't know why Cliff would say that.
All right,
I'm
Okay.
concerned about that, but
well, oh, yeah.
Chatted
That's
quite a
okay,
bit.
I'm glad to hear that, that's great. All right.
yeah, in fact, so we'll be ready to present.
Excellent.
To him tomorrow, okay?
See? Going. All right, thank you.
Yes, it is. I just woke up.
Good afternoon, board members, college staff, and guests. The time is 6 p.m. on this, the 29th day of November, 2021, and I call this meeting of the Laredo College Board of Trustees to order. We can all stand for the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Prayer, Mr. Delgado, and the Pledge of Allegiance, Judge Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Loving and gracious God, you are indeed the giver of all good gifts, and we thank you today for all your blessings, for the successful outcomes of our college events, and for our faculty, our staff, and most importantly, our students. We ask that you bless them abundantly as we continue to seek your wisdom, your guidance, your courage, and your strength. Be with us in our deliberations and help us to be wise in the decisions that we make for the good of all those who have placed their trust and confidence in our leadership. Grant us humility to always seek your will in all that we do and all that we say. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mrs. Ramos, could you please call roll?
Yes, ma'am. Lupita Cepeda,
Present.
Jorge J.D. Delgado,
Present.
Jackie Levin Ramos present, Cynthia Maris,
On her way.
yes. Mercurio Martinez Jr.,
Present.
Dr. Henry Carranza, Esteban Rangel,
He'll be absent today.
Karina Lizondo,
Present.
Tita Cantuvela.
She's on her way.
She's marked. You have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public testimony, do we have any? Thank you. Before we start with our agenda, I just want to let everybody know that no action will be taken tonight, and this is just a board workshop. So the first item is review Laredo College mission and vision, Dr. David Arezola.
Members of the board, administration, Dr. David Arezola, interim provost, vice president for academic affairs and compliance here at the college. Here today to kind of go over what a phrase means that gets tossed around in some of these meetings, especially in some of the discussions we've had lately. Alignment to the mission statement, and we hear that quite a bit, the mission of the college, the mission of the college. So I thought we could open up today's meeting by kind of reviewing what that mission statement is. And just to remind everybody, the way this mission statement was developed, in April of around 2018, we had a couple of strategic planning sessions, one for the community and one internally, where we discussed what the mission statement for the college should be, what the mission of the college is. All right, so this statement that you read up here was developed in conjunction with community members, with students, with dual credit students, with online students, with faculty, staff. The meetings were long and very well attended. So we had a lot of input when developing this statement. Right? So a mission statement in general, what it is it's basically a why you exist statement. Why does Laredo College exist? And this is what we developed. Laredo College is a learner-centered institution transforming students' lives through educational programs and services to fulfill the dynamic needs of its local, regional, and global communities. So if we highlight some of the important keywords and phrases within that statement, we see the phrase learner-centered. That means that we're here for students. We're here to help students. We're here to provide them with programs and services. We're also here to transform their lives. Many of our students come in here and, you know, if they attend college successfully and whether they transfer on or get an associate degree here with us, it really does mean a lifestyle change for them, right? A lot of our students are first generation, their first time in college. You know, we provide an opportunity for them that the university might not give them, right? So we're here for that, right? We're to provide educational programs and services. So our programs and services that we have here at the college are all designed and developed with the student success model in mind, right? And the dynamic needs. I thought that was very important because this statement gets revisited every so often, right? This last time we did this, we said we would revisit it again in 5 years. We're getting close to that time. But the needs of our students, the needs of our community, the needs of our college are dynamic. They change. You know, when we sat down and wrote this, it's certainly not the same thing that they're not the same needs that we have today, right? So that's why we have to revisit this statement every so often. So along with this mission statement, we also developed a vision statement, which, you know, in contrast to a mission statement, that's the vision statement is where we want to be. And then we developed 4 goals and outcomes, and all of that is part of our strategic plan. But I do want to go over the vision statement as well. So this is what Laredo College wants to be. We want to be an institution that cultivates learning, teaching, and a working environment that facilitates both student success and institutional excellence, right? So we were here to help our students succeed. We're here to excel as an institution. And usually we call those our 2 pillars, our 2 cornerstones of everything that we do here in the college. So every decision that we make, every program that we develop, everything that we do on a daily basis is to either help our students succeed or to make Laredo College better as an institution. So in the last couple of years especially, we have done as an institution many great initiatives that are bent on or intent on helping students succeed, you know, providing our community with an excellent educational opportunity. So some of the things that are on this list here, and this is by no means an all-inclusive list. I had to, you know, shorten it up because I knew I only had a few minutes to get through this, right? But the Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree, we started that program. You know, it feels like only yesterday, but we've already had 2 graduating cohorts there, right? We started a medical sonography program as well. Our VN program, which was already in existence, we increased enrollment by 80% by reallocating some of the resources that we have over to that program. Why? Because we need to help the community. There is a healthcare worker crisis that we need to address, right? Our newest program is the Bachelor of Applied Science in Organizational Leadership. We'll get into the details of this a little bit more tomorrow, but just to let everybody know, over the Thanksgiving break, we received full SAC-COC accreditation approval for this program. So that is now free to go. We have also started a Homeland Security's programs, the cybersecurity programs. We've had start cosmetology. We're doing things in CE like bookkeeping and paralegal certifications and the certified nursing assistant. Again, all of these are student success design programs. So we do this because this is what the community needs. We look at, we gain input from the community through our advisory committees. We gain data about what the job market needs through various places like the MC, labor market analysis, and so we do a lot of that. Now on the institutional excellence side, and again, you could really, most of these programs don't serve one purpose or another, they actually serve both, right? But under institutional excellence side, we have primarily Dr. Rodriguez, who's our Dean of Academic Innovation. And, you know, we did an intelligent learning platform. That's where we had our banner and our canvas actually talk to each other. It's something that we had been in the works for a long time. Credit to Dr. Tejeda for sticking to that. Right? Quality matters. So all our faculty over the pandemic became quality matters certified. Right? We started an employee/student wellness program. It's still in the early stages, but we're working on enhancing that. And we did several software implementation initiatives. All of those software costs the college resources and money, but they were all designed and developed and implemented with student success in mind, with institutional excellence in mind. So I put an approximate price tag on each one of those projects. The only one that doesn't have one is the articulation agreements. Those are very important to have. They're actually fairly low cost initiatives that provide transfer opportunities for our students, good dialogue between us and several universities. So those just been in the last couple of years. You look back further and then you look back to present day, there's more to it than that. Right? So as we move forward, we're continuing to look at opportunities to help our students. Out of our advisory committees, we have a request from our community to start a certificate in cardiovascular sonography. Right? The board just approved an emergency response program last board meeting that came along with a fire science program as well. We're looking at developing a patient care technician program in our CE and our medical and billing and coding. Also, a topic of our conversation has been the fact that the state has increased the number of bachelor's degrees that a community college can have from 3 now to 5. So we already have 2 bachelor's degrees. We want to get to that 5 as quickly as possible. We know just from the early indications of our BAS program that there's a need for that here. We already are at near capacity for the entire year in those programs. So we know that the students want bachelor's degrees. We know that we're an affordable opportunity for them, and affordable, we provide that accessibility that that's just not out there for the students that we are aiming for. Right? As far as the institutional excellence side of the house goes, we want to, or we're already starting on a Center of Teaching Excellence Learning. That's where we're going to take our already great faculty and make them even better, right? We have an instructional technology center in the plans, right? So that's where we're going to help our faculty who have technology in the classroom. We'll provide some support there. There's a gap there, a lack of I would say, we need more help there. And an advising and career and transfer center. I know that's something that we've talked about a lot in these meetings, right? So those are all, again, hard to place them on one side or another, but they're all initiatives that we're undertaking and we want to develop over the next couple of years because we know how important it is to students. We know that programs like this can have an impact on a wider variety of the student body, right? So every student needs career advice. Every student needs advising. Every faculty member, and sometimes our administrator, we need the instructional technology support, right? So these are all things that we've identified that the college needs, and they all align to our mission statement. They're all aligned to the 2 pillars of what Laredo College is, the student success and institutional excellence. So just in kind of to summarize some of the major points here, what we're trying to do as we move past the pandemic, not that COVID is over, but we do need to move forward, right? So as we move forward, what we're trying to do is get Laredo College student ready. So we need to ourselves reflect and look at what the new needs of the community are. We know there's a healthcare worker crisis, so we're funneling resources over to our health sciences side. We know there's a workforce crisis, so we know that you look all around town, there are jobs available for students. There are just not enough people who want to go out there and work. We know that there's a soft skill gap. We get that from our employers. Say students can't communicate, they can't work in teams, they can't, put together a good critical thinking process. We know that COVID and the pandemic and spending the year in Zoom classes and in Zoom environments is not going to help them, right? So we know that we need to get ready for when those students start coming to school, which will be already. So there is a COVID learning gap. You pick up a newspaper on education anywhere, and you'll read about how much students lost. They say one particular article said something like they're 9 months behind. And in the minority groups, they estimate that most students lost an entire year of math and English and reading and writing. So those students are going through the high schools, are going through the K-12, and they're gonna come here. And we need to be prepared to offer them those services, all right? So, one of our goals in our strategic plan is a college of the 21st century. I will tell you that when we wrote that goal, that has changed. The pandemic has changed that goal quite a bit. At that time, we said, well, we would like to get more faculty to teach online. Well, that already happened. The pandemic forced us through, right? So now it's more about they're online, they're in Zoom, they're teaching hybrids, they're teaching video conferencing. All our faculty are there. We just have to get better as a college. So whatever modality we are going to be teaching, we need to be ready with better classes, with better pedagogy, and so on and so forth. And then even within the institution, there's a need to always stay up to date on the technology, always revamp any of the classrooms that need to be upgraded, and so on and so forth. So as we wrap this up, all right, my part at least, that's the message here. That when we decide on the new programs, on where we want to invest our time, where we want to invest our resources, the answer is we want to invest them in where we can reach the most students, right? Where we can impact more student body, the entire student body, rather than a select few here and there. I'll pause here for questions.
Madam
Any
Chair,
questions? Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
to Your Honor, Mr. Rangel would like to connect via phone, so.
Yes, I was just gonna ask Mary, what is the number that Mr. Rangel can call in? Any questions for Dr. Arizola?
Just
Oh, Dr. Carranza? Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
I read the mission was done in 18, I happen to be here. But the major things in our programs is the programs that are bringing in students at this present time. We cannot look at new programs right away unless it's technology, unless it's medical. And that's the reason where Laredo College has gone. Yes, we need our faculty is strong. We're very lucky on that, but we have a strong faculty. But the programs, they have to produce. It's not just saying, I'm bringing in a new program and just gonna do this and that. We cannot predict the future. If you can, let me know. I will get a little crystal ball, but we can't. We at present time with the virus going on, we should just hang on to the programs that are really producing, because for student enrollment, it's not gonna be that great. Of course, they're gonna say that we're getting there, which we always say that. But I hear what you said, but the mission and all that, but that was already put in place some time ago. I remember that, and to continue it. And that's why I thank you for your delivery. Thanks a lot. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Chair. Thank you. What you had under parentheses, that is the approximate total cost involved on the individual department.
Right.
So that's what it was.
That was, and if you like to go back to that. So these are projected costs because these are moving forward, but in this section, if you add those up, it does add up to about $1.5 to $2 million that we spent over the last 2 years in developing some of these programs.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Just,
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
okay, so on the moving forward, it's a amalgamation of continuing education programs, certificates, and all that stuff. So we really don't have an idea as to how many students are gonna be benefited from, right?
I mean, we never know for sure, right? We can approximate, we can estimate, we use labor and market analysis, we get community input to see what programs they need. But I mean, ultimately, we never know for sure, right?
And just a regular general question. So the selection process for these programs is done through an advisory committee, or is it composed of administration, or how do you all decide which programs to?
Mostly advisory committees and trying to, you know, see what's out there. One of our principles for our accreditation sectors, he says that new programs have to be developed by, at the very least, by faculty. So the ideas are brought on by advisory committees, but then the programs themselves are. developed by our faculty.
This is with the idea that I will be funded with the general operating fund, correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Arizola. The chair recognizes Mr. Rangel has joined our meeting via telephone. The next item is review demographics of Laredo College enrollment. Dr. Fred Solis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Madam President, fellow administrators and visitors. Tonight's presentation centers on explaining how our enrollments have been materializing and some certain student factors that is catching our attention currently, and I'll be sharing some of that with you. My first graph is to demonstrate to you how our enrollments have materialized between what we call the dual credit student and a non-dual credit student. What's important to note here is that what we reference as the non-dual student, which is the one line represented in yellow, these are the students that are your typical college-going students that come to college, they pay their tuition, they pay their fees, and so on and so forth. Whereas in the dual credit, these are the students that don't necessarily come to college per se. They do participate in college courses, but they do it in their respective high school campuses. What I'd like to point out is that between the last 5 years, starting on 2017 and on to fall of 2021, we have seen a short decline in terms of our enrollment of our non-dual students. And again, keeping in mind that these are the students that pay the tuition and pay the fees and so forth. What did help for the fall of 2021, as you see the line rebounding up a little bit, is that thanks to the vision of the board, we did provide incentives that helped create the enrollment per se. This is the incentive where the tuition was waived. Students were still having to pay their fees, but at least they did not have to pay the tuition. So we saw that as a positive in helping curtail that decline that was happening with our non-dual student. You can also see in terms of the dual student, how it has plateaued over the last couple of years. And what this is suggesting is that the districts are almost getting to the point of saturation in terms of how many they can push into dual. However, there is a component here that will come into play in the near future, and that is for the last couple of years, we haven't had the same level of participation in workforce programs, in the technical programs, largely because the districts couldn't send the students to our labs because of COVID, and largely because some of the clinical sites were closed to all students, so no one could really go and participate in clinicals. So although it seems that the duals have plateaued for the time being, we do expect that there will be a slight increase once workforce programs or career and technical programs launch again and start off again.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cynthia Maris, who's just joined us.
On this next slide, I'd like to do a comparison between our general enrollment, which is represented by the yellow line. This is what we typically refer to as our normal enrollment every fall semester. As you see, it's an ebb and flow of a line. There's ups and downs throughout every single fall semester. And currently, we are in the upward trend overall. Again, because this is the fall of 2021 semester, the only explanation we have for this upward trend is because of the incentives that were provided to the students to incentivize their enrollment. But within this yellow line and numbers that are on that yellow line, that number represents both dual and non-dual students. So it represents those students that pay the fees as well as those students that do not pay the fees. However, within that same number, there is a population that I like to call attention to, which we refer to as the first time in college student. In layman's terms, a first time in college student could be considered the entering freshman that starts in college for the very first time. That's represented by the white line down below. And what I like to call attention to the fact is that every fall semester, when we look at an entering freshman class coming to the college for the first time, it doesn't go beyond 2,000 students every fall. So it moves ups and down, kind of marginalizing on 2,000 or so. And so again, you see that it's a steady flow in terms of those incoming freshmen that come in. Of course, the anomaly here happened due to COVID in 2020. And so we had to dip there, but we rebounded somewhat from that fall, again, from fall 2020 to this fall, simply because of the incentives. Now, there's something unique that's also happening with this, this entering freshman class that we receive every single fall semester. We're starting to see a trend that more and more of these freshmen that are coming to the college for the first time are actually coming to the college as high school graduates, but had dual credit some point in the past. And what that means, what's significant out of that number is that those students are going to end up taking less classes with us because they already had a lot of classes when they were in high school that were dual credit. So their stay at the at the college is going to be short-lived. It's going to be short. So what we have seen over the last couple of 5 years is that the enrollment of our non-dual student continues to decline. And again, what did help this time around was the incentives that were provided. We've actually had 2 fall semesters already in which we've incentivized enrollment. The first fall semester, if you recall, we provided a 20% discount, and that was in the COVID fall semester of 2020. This fall semester, we waived the tuition, but the students still had to pay their fees. In both cases, we saw the positive results. It drew a little bit more students than we expected, but we're still below when you look at the overall trend of our enrollments. Additional observations for the last 5 years. Obviously, our traditional student enrollment has declined by 14%. So if you look back at 2017 and move it forward to 2021, that our fee-paying students, really, those that pay tuition and fees, have been declining and have declined by 14%. For the entering freshmen or those that are first-time in college student, that enrollment has decreased by 15%. And so we need to ask ourselves, how is it that we can continue drawing or attracting students that are interested in coming to college? In other words, the messaging has to be crafted in terms of what is the value added by the college in order to bring them in. And so that's where the question then becomes, where can a student participate? What programs are available and so on and so forth.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Just have a quick question.
Yes,
Whenever
Ms.
you
Elizondo.
got that percentages and you did the average, you included fall of 2020, correct?
All of 2020.
Or did you parade it, or how were you able to divide a non-normal year within 5?
Okay. For this bullet point, I looked back 2017, where we were in 2017 and where we are right now, and just compared those 2 numbers.
Where we are right now as
Fall
today?
2021, yes, as of today.
But how is that a good comparison?
So.
Because if you divide it by the 13, well,
So here's how that
it's an average
compares.
of 1,790.
So here's for example, on the entering freshman class of our FTIC. If we look at the level where we were in 2017, we were at 1,875 entering freshmen that come to the college for the first time. When we look at fall 2021, where we are today, we're at 1,597. And in between, yes, there've been dips and there've been ups and there've been dips, but when we compare for the last 5 years, here's where we were 5 years ago. Here's where we are now. Now, if I go back, the same comparison has been taking place. If we look at 2017, where we were with the fee-paying students, we had 6,941 fee-paying students at that in 2017, and this is where we are right now.
But it,
And it could have been worse, because the only reason that the arrow or the line went upward was because of the incentive we provided.
well, I mean, but if realistically, if you look at the patterns,
Mhm.
there was, if you compare 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, statically has been the same. The only thing that has impacted was specifically that fall 2020.
Yeah,
But
as you can see,
sporadically,
if-
there is an average,
If you look
which
at
is
the
very
graph,
consistent.
if you look at the graph, the line is going down all the way until we hit COVID, right? Even pre-COVID, we were going down pre-COVID. Then we hit COVID, and that's where we bottomed out. That was the worst semester we had. But we helped get to that number by incentivizing our enrollment. This is when we applied the 20% discount to students. So at least it stopped the slide there. And then for this fall, we took it a step further by incentivizing and waiving tuition. And that's why we rebounded a little bit. But the thing to consider is that the incentive that we offered this fall semester came from money that was granted to us through the emergency relief fund given to us by the Department of Ed, which we will no longer have moving forward. And so had it not been for that infusion of money that came to the college, we would not have afforded an incentive, and we would not have rebounded our enrollments.
Chair
So-
recognizes. Oh, okay, keep going.
So going back to what you presented last meeting, you noted that we had increased enrollment by 44%, right?
And
Based
that's,
on from one year to the other.
yes,
So-
and that was based on this right here, because of the line that rebounded. But the reason why it was happening is because the incentive that was being provided.
Okay, so that comparison is 532 students, which is significantly, right? And then like the biggest difference is 949. I mean, can you go to the following slide?
Sure.
What is alarming to me is like for 13 years, it has literally been the same and nothing has there any efforts been made? Because, I mean, if you predict based on the 13 years that have been illustrated here, I mean, the difference is not going to be significant.
Yeah, so for a long time, we haven't had additional monies to start programs, to do changes to our educational programs.
So the moving forward slide
Well,
is just hypothetical?
well, the moving forward slide that was presented by Dr. Casola is presented in such a way that, yes, we're addressing the community needs for employees based on what the needs are. But in so doing, now it gives us something to sell to the community because the community can now respond by their enrollment. It's just like a retailer, right? If the community does not respond to what the retailer is selling, the retailer is going to go out of business. So we have to offer something that the community will respond to. And whether that be short-term certificates, whether that be bachelor's degrees, whatever that is, we have to make sure that if that's where we're going to invest our money, it's going to be something that the community wants to buy.
I mean, and it is a community college. I mean, first time in college should be our biggest sell point, right? Trying to get those students to come to our school. And if you see this graph, I mean, it's averaging 1,719 students.
And
And
that's
if you go
why,
back to 2009 to now, it's only 300 students.
yes, exactly. And so this is why now with the institution of the new associate dean of recruitment, the efforts are now being pushed harder to change that. But even in so doing, we have to have these new products to sell. And these new products that we have to sell are our bachelor's degrees, our new programs, etc.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Dr. Solis.
Yes.
So have we ever done a comparative analysis that states the number of graduates from the high schools? Because you have, let's say, X number, maybe you have 3,000, for example. Out of those 3,000, we're only getting 1,597 for this year that passed, right? So we can follow the students because we can track them to see where they're going.
Right.
Pre and post, graduation, right? So
Mhm.
those are some of the things that I think that we noticed that the increase has not happened, right? From those students that are coming out. So maybe in looking at that, is there something that you have done before I ask you the rest of the questions? Because I have a couple of questions
Sure.
that I'd like to ask.
So typically in a recession, we tend to have enrollment grow because there's no employment, and so students opt to come to school. We thought that was going to happen in the fall of 2020 due to COVID. We were hitting a recession as well, and we thought, well, probably we're going to have this increase, but it didn't materialize because of other reasons, and that was students just didn't want to leave the house, right? They wanted to stay safe. So we didn't rebound quite as the way we thought we would due to the recession. But to your point about the high school graduates, the class of 2020 was about 4,900 or so high school graduates between both districts. But we were only able to attract the 1,300 because the rest decided not to go anywhere. Mainly because our biggest competitor is employment. And so as employment opportunities continue to grow and get better, then now we have to compete in terms of convincing students to come to college versus finding a part-time job. And granted, I'm not knocking that that isn't a viable thing. It is a necessary thing for many families. As a matter of fact, in my next slide, one of the statistics is that 50 and probably even higher percentage of our students are economically disadvantaged. What that means is they're either living at the poverty level or they're in some form of subsidy. And so that then prompts them to have to find employment, that then prompts them to have to come to school only part-time. And so if we look at the statistic, that's exactly what is happening. The number of our full-time students over the last 5 years has dropped by 18%, and largely driven because many are part-time and many have to work.
So that was my motion.
I think.
Yes.
it's
Chair
just-
recognizes Mrs. Ramos hasn't
I
finished.
haven't finished. Yes, I have a couple of more
Make it
questions.
short then, okay.
Yes. So that takes me to the next question. So the number of students that attend in person, how much is it from your number that you have, which is, right now, you have a total of, go back to the previous slide, 9984? 9984. Out of those 9984, how many are online? How many are hybrid? How many are in person? Because that's important to know, because if you have most of the students that don't want to come out, and they're all, and you can come at any time of the day here, and you won't see the students because they're taking courses online. So do you have those numbers for number of students in person, online, and hybrid?
I don't have it for this presentation,
Okay.
but if I may,
Yes.
when I come back, out of those 9984
Mhm.
that we have for this fall, 4,010 are not here. They're at the high schools.
Right,
begin-
exactly.
to begin with,
Because they're
right?
dual.
So then
Yes.
really, we're looking at 5,974 that are actually coming to LC in one shape or form. And when I say come to LC, they're either face-to-face, online, or hybrid.
So then the next question that follows after that is, from your 5,974 students,
Mhm.
how many are full-time and how many are part-time? Because if you have a number of students that are on financial aid, they must take at least 12 hours a minimum, right? If they're on financial aid. If most of our students are on financial aid, more than 90%, so I'm gathering that at least maybe 4,500 should be full-timers?
Yeah.
So to your first question, in terms of full-time students, 2,316 are attending full-time, and that represents about 23% of our current population right now. 7,668 are attending.
Tell me again?
7,668 are attending part-time.
7,600.
Okay, can I have?
Okay, go back again, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that number. So number of full-time students, 2316? Okay,
And the part-times are 7668.
76, 68. Why would that be part-time? Because that includes the dual also?
That includes the
Okay,
duals also.
so, but let's look at the kids that are here. How many of them are part-time?
Mhm.
Subtract the duals. So
So,
from the 76, 68, do we subtract the 40, 10?
exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
let me get a number before we move on. So 3,658
Mhm.
are part-timers that
Part-time.
are enrolled. Okay, 2316. 5974. So how can we understand the number when the majority of our students are on financial aid and should be taking, a full credit, right?
Mhm, mhm, right.
So
12
how-
hours. 12 hours.
12
yeah,
hours.
Right, right.
And your part-timers are taking less than 12 hours, but they're being funded by financial aid.
They're only funded for the number of hours they're taking.
And so doesn't that penalize them?
It does. And so then the conversation with those type of students is different. The conversation then is, how can I convince you to give up that part-time job so you can take that extra 2 classes that you need? So you can be full-time. And then financial aid kicks in as a full-time award versus a part-time award. And at the end of the day, when you finish paying all your tuition and fee bills and textbooks, you'll even have money left over to put in your pocket for the residual. That's the hard conversation to have, because for the average person, I need a job, I need to be working. And so that's where the convincing has to happen. And so you basically is the selling point of, do you want to invest your time working on a part-time job for minimum wage, or give that up? Use financial aid, attend full-time, be out in 2 years with a degree in a technical program where you can come out of poverty and make a change of your life. That's the messaging that we're taking to the student.
But who's doing that message? Who is?
Our recruiters,
Okay,
our new
so-
recruitment team and in conjunction with our financial aid team, which tomorrow you will hear a presentation of them working jointly and going out to the schools to sell that, to make that known. That
I think
you
my,
have to give it up,
I
pay
think the
the
most
price for a
important
while,
question
and the reward
that I
is
have,
greater in the end.
really the most important question is to distinguish between the full-time and the part-time with the additional financial aid that they have. Now, you've provided them, in addition to their financial aid, you've also provided them an additional amounts of monies through this grant that just was passed a little, last month, right?
Mhm.
So there's gonna be another incentive for them to either pay their fees that they have
Right,
or use the money for whatever they need to and then come back and pay. So
right.
what worries me the most is those fees. We helped them out with the tuition, but now the fees are gonna be left pending. So will we revisit in January again to help them offset that money that they didn't pay? Because,
I believe you've approved the incentive for the spring semester already. And so
Right.
that includes the winter semester that's starting in December,
mhm,
and then the spring semester that starts in January. And so the same incentive applies. But because what's funding that incentive is the federal money that is not going to be here next year, we may not be able to afford that. Well, we won't be able to afford that incentive in the future. So then what's left to pick up that tab is financial aid. And so that's where the awareness has to come in for the student to understand that financial aid, really, at the end of the day, if a student comes in and qualifies for a full-time load and takes a full-time load and they qualify for the maximum financial aid amount, they're actually coming for free because they don't have to pay anything out of pocket.
my last question is, how many students are on financial aid? I know the number is represented by 90% or higher. But
Yes.
we need a number. Like, I need to see out of all of these students, that 5,974, how many of those students?
So
are
here's what
financial aid?
happens with the financial aid student. To that number, Ms. Ramos, 90% of our students qualify. Just like 90% qualify, many of them end up disqualifying themselves at the end of the first semester. And that largely happens because of their grades.
Right.
Their grades. And so it's not that they don't qualify. They do qualify. They just cannot be awarded financial aid because of their GPA or because they've been coming and going for so long that they've already taken too many hours that puts them beyond the limit. And so financial aid cannot pay for that anymore. And so there's several different rules that apply that end up disqualifying the student. As a hardship case as the student may be, those other rules disqualify them.
Chair, okay, Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Oh, let me wake up on that one. Emma, I think one of the major things that need to be looked at, yes, I see all the numbers, I'm glad I took statistics, because I mean, there's just a line there, with numbers. There's no big deal. The thing is, are we working with the parents? Are we working with the schools? Because what we see here, it's nothing. This is 2 campuses, right? It's not only one.
Right, exactly.
You just saying
Exactly.
2,000 maybe on one, or,
Yeah, right,
so actually, we're not making any progress.
right, right.
We're not making any progress. The only way you can make progress, if you bring in programs that are short programs where these people can get out there and work. And then
Exactly.
maybe get back in college like I did.
Mhm.
Because the rate where Laredo is not a city where people can make a lot of money to begin with.
Right.
And a lot of these parents don't make that kind of money, but they're willing to sacrifice for their
Right.
children.
Right.
And now with the pandemic, of course, we blame the pandemic for everything, but we still gotta get out there and hustle.
Mhm.
You can give me all of these numbers here,
Right.
give me the big number.
Mhm.
I want the big number. I don't want these little numbers here. They don't tell me too much.
So-
You just tell me you picked up 100 students here, another 100 over here,
Yeah.
over here, and that's it.
And that's the story of our enrollment,
That's the story
Dr.
of
Carranza.
LC.
Yes, but to your point, Dr. Carranza, those short-term certificates are the key because that puts a student into employment as quickly as possible. But it costs money to set up those short-term
It takes
certificates.
money.
It
but
takes
then
money to make the money.
The money comes from the state. We get money from the state, I guess, some because we have to wear a mask.
Mhm.
And secondly, our grant money also is used. But a lot of this money that's left over, a lot of these students use this money to survive or buy clothes or
That's
help their
correct.
family.
That is correct.
I mean, I remember, getting loans. That's
That
why
is
I
correct.
graduated through loans. So you can talk all about loans, and I can give you all the answers on loans.
Right, and that's why we do not offer loans because we know students are already at a disadvantage. And then stacking on the loan on top of that, there's no way they're gonna pay.
Well,
So,
then the thing here is that, how bad do they want it?
Yes, right, Right.
It isn't that you're gonna help them by doing this number. You're gonna say, you can get up here, you have to sacrifice over here.
right. And that's where I was referring to that hard conversation about giving up your part-time work for a while so you can come to school, finish as soon as possible, because in the end, the result is gonna be better for you.
But then again, they might need the part-time work to pay for their costs.
And that may be the case. That may be the
This
case.
campus is very hidden.
Mhm.
Everybody lives way out there,
Yes, yes.
even on the south, they live way out there.
Right, right.
So, it is, they need their part-time job.
Yes, understood.
I mean, I understand that because I work part-time.
Mhm.
And through all the years of education, I worked.
Mhm.
My parents didn't help me, they didn't have it.
All right.
So what we're saying here is that we need programs that might be short, 6 months or maybe a year at the most, get their certificate, put them out there, and then once they're out there, make some money, they see the need to get more education.
Mhm.
That's what the community college was born for.
Mhm, mhm.
That's it,
Absolutely.
nada más.
Exactly. You are correct.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Vela.
For the past several years, and it's been a while, I have been harping on increasing our traditional students. And people have made fun of me because, oh, that's ridiculous. But it wasn't. And I saw this trend happening,
Mhm, mhm.
and it really has hurt me tremendously. And a couple of weeks ago, there was an excellent article in the newspaper, and it was on our new, finally recruitment team that is doing amazing jobs.
Yes.
And we have to push them and help them because we are not going to survive without traditional students.
Correct.
That's what's gonna butter our bread, and we have no butter right now.
Right.
We have half a slice of bread.
Correct.
And unless we do something about traditional, we're not going to get fees. We're not going to be able to offer much. The pandemic, I agree with Dr. Carranza. You know, we seem to blame everything on the pandemic, but the one big thing that the pandemic has done, it has taught our students to take online courses and like them. And a lot of them would rather do that than come here. There we go. And what are we losing? Traditional students and monies, you know, and it's a trend that's been happening. And then what blew it was the pandemic. So.
Chair recognizes Ms.
Can we
Elizondo.
go to the following slide? And it's last comment, for this presentation. But just to make it a point, I think the biggest problem is that for 13 years, we haven't seen much growth. For me, that's, even though we want to point at the pandemic because of the numbers, I think overall the problem has been that we haven't increased or decreased. And just for the record, for the past 13 years, we have been averaging 9,475 compared to what we have now. We're only 509 students short. So in reality, the biggest problem is that for 13 years, we have made very little changes. So I think we need to focus on that, and thank you for your presentation. Just wanted to
Thank you.
illustrate that.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Well, I'll make this short. I do make this. That Ms. Bella brought it up, but when Bella brought up, we've been trying to say that since I've been here, to create, to go out there and hustle and get a team together. And that's nothing new that came out in the paper, Ms. Bella, you know that. We've been talking about it.
Not as they are now.
No, we've been talking about it forever. And I also bring it up all the time. You started elementary. You gotta start somewhere, you know, just like I said, the South is gonna grow, but the reason they're not growing that fast is because it's young families. It's young families over there, and they're growing.
Chair recognizes Dr. Tijerina.
I do want to clarify, Dr. Tijerina, interim president, for the record. Enrollment is not the only metric to define success, right? Laredo College has been the highest graduation rate. There's a reason why we're #1 in the state of Texas. So I don't want us to think that enrollment is the only metric that we look to define the success of our programs, because they're very successful with the accreditation and the SAC COC that we've been able to maintain to uphold all the federal grants that we have. So although enrollment does give us the trends and where we're going, I think what's important when we look at enrollment is trends, right? Over whether you look at a 10-year period, 5-year period, the point is that it keeps decreasing the traditional. And so programs have been revamped, and if we need to clarify more on what we've done, where we've seen, and you're right, Dr. Carranza, where we've seen the higher increase has been in Certificate 1. So yeah, students just want to be here for 1 year. And I know Dean Heriberto Hernandez is here. We revamped a lot of the 2-year workforce programs to 1 year only, for the prime reason of what you're talking about. So in those 10 years, it may look like little dips here, but there's been a lot of transformation in the programs and services, because THCB will shut our programs down if we don't fulfill the requirements of the graduates. So graduation rates, student success, all of those are, the THCB student success points are very important. So I don't want the board to be misled that enrollment is the only measurement used to define the success of our programs, our services, and our college.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
I mean, I with all due respect, I disagree with you. I think first time in college, statistics are extremely important, especially for this is an educational institution, but at the end of the day, it's also a business. So when you look at that metrics in terms of coming and bringing people, I mean, it does affect the overall success of any program and just the college itself. Thank you.
Any other? Let me, Chair recognizes Dr. Adesola.
Just add to Ms. Bella's point or question. If you go back and look at the moving forward slide and the looking back slide, if you look at all those programs on both of those slides, those are all geared towards bringing the traditional student. None of those programs are, maybe they can be partly dual enrollment, but most of those programs have to be completed here, whether online or on campus, but they're all going to be traditional students. So that is our push.
Okay, Dr. Solis, you can continue.
So then to recap, then what we've seen is that in the last 5 years, since 2017, as I noted earlier, our traditional student enrollment has declined by 14%. Our first time in college student has also decreased by 15%. And then what's more alarming to us is what I mentioned earlier, is that for those entering freshmen, we've seen an increase of about 80% of students coming in with dual credit already under their belt. So they're coming in with an advanced standing, which is a good thing because they accelerate towards completion. But those students do not take classes where they end up paying tuition and fees. Over 50%, as I noted, our student body still has an economic disadvantage. Either they're on subsidy or living under the poverty rate. The number of students under the age of 18 has grown by 40%, which coincides with our dual credit population. So these are minors that are attending the college currently. And then we have the number of full-time students has also dropped by over 18%. And so when we look at before Mr. Vela comes on board, I just like to close out by saying that when we look at what the future may hold, it is very difficult to predict how these enrollments can flow. There's a lot of factors that could influence that, anywhere between employment rates to the economy and so forth. What I want the board to understand is that in terms of our due diligence, we are doing our due diligence by doing the recruitments, as already been noted, by creating the new programs that the community is interested in, short-term, longer-term, bachelor level programs. And so it's a mix of activities that are happening in order to be able then to make the college attractive, to make the college a worthwhile endeavor, in convincing the community that that is the way to go.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
I did want to acknowledge the fact that you presented, and so did Dr. Arizola, but by no means coming from me would I ever make show any disrespect and say, why are you not doing this? Why are you not doing that? I commend you because I've been here quite some time and I've seen the difference, right?
Sure.
The students are not coming out. I know, I see it at school. They're not. They don't want to come to school. They want to choose other choices and stuff. And I commend the administrative staff and the deans and the teachers and the faculty for doing what they need to do. Some teachers even go above and beyond and they advise students, right? And they go and they want to retain the students that are coming out of high school. I just wanted to make sure that you all understand that I know I speak for myself, but I didn't want you to think that I was, asking questions that, I just want numbers. Data is what's important from my point of view.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
It isn't, what you presented is good. And that's why we're here, at training.
Yes.
I'm not going against them or anything like that. I mean, this is a training session. But what we present as board members, you might be different because, you come from the high school. Me, I come from the private sector. And I see what's going on out there because I work out there. Very few, I think Mr. Howard knows the private sector. And, it's dog ate cat out there. And then yes, they're hiring people, but look at the salaries they're paying. So yes, I'm all for what you guys are saying and I agree and everything. But we also know that we have known this for years. And we have now, we've been pushing slowly. And money is hard to come by in Laredo. Let's face it.
I want to point to Dr. Carranza. I work in the private sector and Kids want to have a job.
Mhm.
Kids want to make money because they want to have a car. They want to be out and about. So college is not on their radar.
Secondary.
And a lot of these kids, parents didn't go to college.
Correct.
So even if we were to recruit all the different things, the kids need to want to come to college. And what I used to see it at the private sector. I mean, they love coming to work because they were getting a paycheck every 2 weeks. They were getting a car, a brand new car, and they were getting the clothes that they wanted. And they were out and about, and forget college, as much as we tried to encourage, because the company I worked for paid for your college.
Right.
Well, no, they don't want to hear it. No, I want
How
to
much
make
more
money.
can you ask for? Right?
So, I mean, there's a lot of factors involved
Right.
in how to get the kids back to school. But thank you for your presentation, Dr. Solis.
Just wanted
Appreciate
to
it.
assure the board that it's not due to a lack of effort.
No, we know that. We know that.
The training session, we
I just
know.
want-
Everything's good.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mattis.
I'm sorry, I just don't want to delay this thing or belabor a point, but to what has been said here, exactly what Ms. Cepeda said and Ms. Vela and all the other board members here. And you just said something that struck a note that these, Dr. Carranza, these things have been happening for so many years, and we've understood these things, especially more so that I've been here for forever, an eternity and a half. But it's like, and as I've said it before, I've seen the metamorphosis. But I think to the point here is that there are some external factors that are pulling these kids away. And the attractiveness of a salary or whatever it is, or environmental issue and home issues and all these things because of whatever reasons. And so as long as we recognize, and I think the salient takeaway point is that the community needs to know that this institution is recognizing that those factors are there. And we have transition and we have metamorphosis from 10, 12, 15, 16 years ago. We're not sitting just there and offering, like you said, the same old programs. I mean, and it takes all of you all out there, obviously with the support of the board. But I think you are the guys, they're in the trenches that are making this happen because you all are on top of what's out there and the changes that are by through the Texas Coordinating Board or whoever's, pounding on us to tell us, you've got to do it this way now, and you can't do this and you can't do that. So, and again, yes, to echo the sentiments of my colleagues, kudos to all of you because you are there. But it takes the education process, which you're doing here right now to us, but I think the community needs to hear it over and over again because sometimes they just don't want to accept the fact. They want to see only something, one thing, and they don't want to accept the fact that, wait a minute, but to get to point B, we've got to jump all these hoops and it takes money and but we are doing it as best as we can. But sometimes you just cannot, say you take a water to drink the horse, and the horse to drink the water, but you can't make them drink it. So, I mean, we jump hoops and we have all this dog and pony shows. But until these kids, there's a change from some other factors that they understand and relate to, I think it's gonna still it's gonna be an uphill battle. But thanks again also to all of you for all that you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions?
The last one.
Chair recognizes Dr.
The
Carranza.
good thing is that we have a community college. I know what Ms. Martin is saying over there. The good thing is we have it because they're gonna wake up. These kids that are getting brand new cars and all that, they're gonna find out that they can't make it with what they're making. And that's why a community college has an older group. We don't have the young group that much. Yes, we're glad we get an 18-year-olds, like you said, but basically it used to be up here. The ages used to be up here. So the marketing is working a little bit, it's starting to move, if you're gonna push it hard, it might move more, but still you're gonna have that problem, We're gonna, we're a community college and we have to accept, most of you are gonna find out 25 and up coming in.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Solis.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We move to the next item, 4C, discuss retaining external financial consultant to evaluate the sustainability of athletics programs. Mr. Cesar Vela.
Good evening, members of the board. Cesar Vela, Vice President of Finance for the record. As we look at the next item, which is the evaluation of the sustainability of the athletic programs, one of the items that was brought up at the last board meeting was retaining an external consultant to review that. We do have a couple of options. One of those options is hiring a CPA firm to do a review of the athletic programs. And then there is another entity that we were able to locate through Nacubo. And this firm actually does reviews of programs for community colleges and universities. Their services are a little bit more extensive. They would come in and do a review of all the programs, the tuition and fee distribution, and the expenditures of all the programs. Again, we don't have a cost yet, obviously, because we would need to obviously come up with a scope to determine the cost. As far as just evaluating the athletic programs through the CPA firm, we're projecting that probably would run around 15 to 20,000 to do that type of analysis. Both of the entities that or options that we have on the table could be would require us to go through the procurement process. Now, we already have a CPA firm under contract. We did the RFQ process for the external auditors. We could approach them if we wanted to go that route. We also have also the qualifications of the other CPA firms that applied for the audit. We could also evaluate those that way. And as far as the entity from Nacubo, we would need to do either an RFP if they're not part of a purchasing co-op.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Question. So in terms of hiring or acquiring services to evaluate the sustainability of their athletics program, is this gonna be done with all of the new programs as well, like the fire and science program, the patient care technician, all of those incoming programs, are they going to be evaluated the same way in terms of sustainability, evaluating the sustainability?
It depends on the scope, Ms. Elizondo. Again, like the firm that does that service through Nacubo does that type of work.
Okay, but what particularly athletics? Are we going to discuss like the sports that are not being covered by the student activity fee? Or can you explain a little bit more? Because this is the first time I hear about this, about hiring a financial consultant to evaluate the sustainability of the athletics program. What specifically do you want to focus on sports that are not being covered by the student activity fee or overall?
It would be the overall program. And like I mentioned, the other option would be to do for the whole institution, all the programs that we offer. Have a
But is
review.
that going to be cost efficient and?
Well, yeah, that's the con to this type of evaluation. It would probably cost us.
And then in terms for future or current programs that are being currently considered, are the same evaluation process going to be adopted or just for the athletics program?
There is as part of the meetings that they have to come up with this program, there is an evaluation that is done based on the community's needs and like Dr. Ariasola mentioned, and I'll defer to Dr.
Chair recognizes Dr. Ariasola.
Dr. Sola, interim provost, for the record. So as part of every new program development, before we even bring it to this board, there is a cost analysis conducted of every single new program. If you look at our BAS program that we just approved, that whether it's something that we present internally to our curriculum committee, right, which is made up of our faculty and staff, or whether it's something that we present to the coordinating board or to SAC-COC, every single one of those applications for approval, if you will, includes a cost analysis and revenues versus expenditures, because every single one of them wants to know that we can sustain those programs for the students, right? So we don't want to say we're going to open up a new program and then we can't afford to sustain it, and the students are.
So those were not brought to the board, right? This is an internal decision that was made.
Yeah, and they're included in some of the packets that we submit to the board.
Yeah.
And why is this being brought to the board? Just for clarification.
That's the normal process of.
I mean, it's not the normal process because this has not been done for other programs. This is done
Oh, you're
internally.
talking about this.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about this. I think this was a discussion that the board had previously about maybe hiring an outside consultant to,
It's an option that we're being given. It doesn't mean we have to do it.
Okay.
It's just
I
an
was
option. We have talked about it in the past. It's been brought up. But this is just an option. It doesn't mean we have to do it.
and it's a practice that we've done before, to bring in an outside consultant to evaluate some of the programs. I think it was done about 2 or 3 years.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How long would, I guess, an evaluation on all the programs take? I know you don't have a cost yet, but
Yes, the process takes about 3 months, according to the firm that does this type of
and
evaluation.
that goes over, I mean, every aspect of every program. Because I understand why this is being presented, because obviously the athletics program is being
Mhm.
discussed. But with every program that is here goes over as far as what exactly?
Yes, again, they would come in and based on the scope of work that we would discuss with them, they would evaluate again enrollment, revenues that are coming in, the cost of the programs, and to see if they're sustainable or not.
And do they give market analysis to what other colleges around the state or around the country are doing?
Yes, like I mentioned, they do this type of analysis for universities and community colleges. So this is their areas where they specialize. Like I said, they are a firm that works with the NACUBL partners, so they're very familiar with that.
And has this type of evaluation been done in the past?
Not here at the college where we've done a full review of all the programs, but as Dr. Ariosola mentioned, we've had done evaluations of other programs. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza, and then I'll recognize you, Mr. Rangel.
Yes, I mean, the reason for a consultant is basically have no need for the athletic programs. We only have 4 programs. Right now, we have 0 programs. It's something that the finance can come up with. They can look at all the books, they can look at all the numbers, admissions and everything. You should get the numbers from there, how much a team is gonna cost.
Mhm.
I mean, we don't have to go through all this, that we need for some, to sustain them here, no. I think what we need is just basically, what we need is just get yourselves together, as administration, the officers, and, or the ones that are responsible for finances, and say, let's look at the numbers and present it to the board. And from there we go. But we also know that the athletics programs, we still, is still in the mind, not only of us, the board here, but it's also in the minds of Laredo people. And I know they have a split out there. If you want to know, they have a split. Some like athletic programs, a lot of them say, well, it's a 2-year college. They're supposed to go in there and learn. 2 steps, freshman year, sophomore year, and get out. And if they go for a vocational program, go for that and out. Now, the athletic program is something that not all the colleges have now, especially the 2-year programs. But if you can maintain 1 or 2 programs, why not?
We still charging. We still charging.
The consultant?
No, that's an activity fee. We're still charging.
Oh, yeah, they charge.
As we speak.
They charge the students when you charge the students when they come in or something for this type of programs?
Yes.
Yeah, we have the student activity fee that
Yeah, I'm sure you
covers.
do, so it's up to the student also. If they want programs, athletic programs or not.
Mhm.
We know that, we can have maybe 1 or 2 at the most. Basically, I look at the big number. I don't look at all those little numbers there, because at the end, it comes to a big number. Okay.
You done? Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This method that we want to use, will they be able to provide us with, be able to, if they would say, you know what, you be able to bring two towards that, this is our method that we think that you should be able to use, to have some, I don't know, transfer some savings from one side to another account, we suggest you guys do this, do they provide that type of service as well?
Yes, that's part of the services that they offer. Again, and they go through the revenue, expenditures of the programs, and they make recommendations as to how, to distribute some of the tuition and fee, or the structure of the tuition and fees.
Okay, my next question is, piggybacking on Trustee Delgado, the time frame, you're saying it's around 3 to 4 months. I think it's, in a way, it might be a good thing, because, there's no question that we're gonna have a new president coming in within less than a year. And this information can serve as the new president, as kind of like a little guidebook on what programs have been surviving, and what programs we might be able to either delete or cancel, whatever we have to do, or maybe even open. This survey could actually serve for the new president as a little guidebook, in my opinion. That's just super thoughts on my end.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Oh.
You were next.
Well, just overall, my question is like, why just for the athletics program? And why is it, I mean, we're so responsible, right? Fiscally responsible, and it is in the best interest of the college to look at the sustainability and evaluate the program. I mean, and this has been done for other programs, why not for athletics? And overall, we already know, based on the item that was placed by Dr. Maricela last time, that to eliminate athletics. Is this the reason why this one in particular is being evaluated, because of both spectrums, or?
This was actually a discussion by the board, that a possible option, at the last board meeting, of hiring an external consultant to do a review. And again, there's options. Like I said, it could be just athletics, or it could be the whole, all the different programs. Again, the scope of work could be include all programs.
And that's a decision the board needs to take.
Yes.
Just how much are we spending on the presidential search already?
The base fee is 35,000, I believe, for ACCT, less, I'm sorry, plus all the reimbursable expenses for travel and.
Yeah, I mean, and that's such a valuable thing that we're doing as a board, to select the actual president, and spending approximately, or even contemplating spending such a large amount on evaluating the sustainability of one program. I don't think it's.
And again, this is an
Yeah.
option. That doesn't mean that the board is gonna approve it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is just an option that is being discussed today. So Chair recognizes Judge Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do strongly support the observation of Dr. Carranza. In my opinion, I don't think there's any need for us to actually retain a financial consultant to evaluate the sustainability of the athletics program. I think we all know that in our institution here at Laredo Community College, we subsidize the athletic program. No ifs or buts about it. However, there are certain programs, certain athletic programs that we ought to support and encourage some of these students that have excelled in their high school with the scholarships to be brought over, and basically give them most of these individual students, they prove themselves in a community college as ours is the case. And as they prove themselves, they basically catch the eye of other colleges and universities, where they in turn come on over and offer them the scholarships. So basically, that's the majority of these students that have come in under an athletic scholarship are usually recruited before they actually get the full 2-year degree from our institution here. And I do believe very strongly that there are certain athletic programs that we ought to retain here, that we ought to support. And I feel very strongly, of course, this is up to the majority of the members of this board, but I do feel certain of these programs ought to be part of our curriculum here with our college.
Thank you, Judge. Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
I think the major question is not a financial consultant to tell us exactly what we've already heard about the athletic program, because we've heard the numbers, the data's there. Now, what I think a financial consultant would do for us, not only for the athletic program, I agree with Mr. Rangel, is bring an overview, but that in itself could also bring us more problems than, let's say, solutions. Because if the financial consultant says, you know, X number of programs are not sustainable, then are we willing to delete those programs at the advice of the financial consultant? And also prepare to maybe not adopt some future programs that are ready to be brought up? Because the way I understand it and the way we've always understood it is you have brought us, you brought us these programs. We look over the proposals that the advisory committee has already reviewed and everything. And so, and we determine as a board whether it's something feasible to move forward. So we seem to be at a crossroad right now, because what has happened is that we put it aside for temporarily. We can continue to keep some of the employees in place without laying them off, right? So now we have to figure out, do we bring it back? Is it feasible? Are we going to get the information from you? Are we going to have to go out and get it from a consultant? And if we do, and if the board decides to go to a consultant, will that consultant be qualified to speak on our behalf, to speak on the behalf of the college, not on behalf of the board members? Because we're here based on the information that is presented to us. And so from there, we decide for the information, whether it's good for the community as a whole. How do we manage to find the money to spread it across the various programs that we want to bring? So what is more important? What are the programs that are important? What are the programs and how much money do we need to fund those programs? Whether we use general funds or student activity funds, how is it that we manage to find the balance? Now, I'm no accountant, so I can only understand the numbers that you give me. And the data that's provided, that's how I can interpret it. But we really need to decide as a board whether it's something that as a venue we're gonna pursue. The consultant would not only focus on the athletic programs, but would focus on every single program to see the viability of the programs and whether they are actually working for us or not. But I do offer the cautionary tale that if we go with someone who does not know education and higher education, I don't know that a CPA would be able to provide us just because of the numbers. That's really what my perspective.
There's other factors that need to be taken into account,
Yes,
not
yes.
just the financials, right?
Right.
But you did bring a very good point. It's as Ms. Elizondo mentioned, this is gonna be, if we go this route, it is a costly examination to perform. But then the question will be, what will happen after if the consultant comes and says, program X is not feasible to sustain? Are we gonna take action and do something about that? So again, yes, there may be difficult questions that may come out of that report. But yes, you are also correct. We do have the information. Again, we have the numbers. You've seen part of the presentation of enrollments, what revenue is coming in. Now, you make a very good point. We have so much money. We have 61 million, and we have to make a decision as to how we want to divvy up that money. What are the priorities of the institution? Where do we want to focus on? So again, that's what we have to work with at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
All I have to say is that how much are we willing to pay for our consultant? That's gonna be the question. Are you talking how much?
I do not have a number yet, like I mentioned,
Your
it,
number, because, when you present something like this, we gotta look at a number.
yeah, but it is based on, conversations of, as to what exactly is it that they're gonna be reviewing to come up with a proposal. Again, if you want a number right now, I would say it would cost us above 50,000
50,000, you think a consultant's gonna?
to do a full-blown analysis of all the programs of the institution.
I'm looking more around between 75 and 80,
Yeah, that's probably.
Because consultants are not cheap, and I agree with the rest of the board, what they're saying, but to dish out that kind of money, and we're talking about athletics here. I mean, you can pay me 80 grand, I'm sure that I can go through all the programs, and I tell you which ones you can cut and not cut, and what to do and not to do. But of course, I would charge money for that.
And
Yeah. I do have the expertise on those areas.
Higher.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
I think Mr. Vela makes a very good point. I agree with what he said. There's no doubt that we have a very healthy budget. He just noted. And for the first time, I hear exactly what I wanted to hear and what I've been asking to hear is there are funds. The thing is that where are we going to allocate this money? So with that being said, I mean, it's like, that's why I get not upset, but it was like an insult whenever we keep hearing certain statistics and everything, yet there's new programs coming in. And that's whenever we're going to evaluate a program, that's what I do for a living. I'm an administrator and I do program evaluation all the time. And it's just a matter of being honest and say, okay, what exactly is it that we want to keep and what's the direction that we want to go to? But we need to use the same numbers that we're using. I mean, for the first hour, we heard about statistics and how enrollment has been decreasing for the 5 past years, yet we have all these new programs coming in. And also, I think we not only do we need to evaluate new programs or programs that have been temporarily suspended because of COVID, but also existing programs. So I think that we keep wasting time in the sense that we keep going back and forth and what is it exactly that you want and what administration want and what is our vision and all that stuff. We do have a very healthy budget. There's no doubt about that. And in terms of evaluating the sustainability of a program, we need to use the same metrics and the same measures for the rest of the programs.
And one thing we need to remember as far as programs, the reason why we have new programs is the need that our community is asking. And that's the only reason we're coming back with new programs. It's not because we're saying, oh, we need it. No, the community is asking for it. The community wants us to train a workforce to be out there for them. And the need is there, whether it be health or the different things that are happening. I mean, the need is there and the community is coming back and letting us know. But continue, Mr. Vela, I think everybody already, Chair recognizes Ms. Maris.
Just one quick point, thank you. I do agree that tonight is just something that's been thrown out as an option because of prior discussions. And I understand also the potential or the option of doing all our programs. But going back again to the point that why do that? We have the experts in the audience that know that, know the numbers. As far as evaluating sustainability of programs, I think we all self-police ourselves because we have to keep up with the standards of the coordinating board and all. And when we feel that they're weak programs, we take it to the coordinating board and the coordinating board says, what are your reasons for wanting to maybe do away or shut down the program? So we have to present numbers. And we have to present financials and say, for the last 10 years, there's been only 5 students, in the program. So hence no generation of revenue there, of contact hours. And that's not something now that the community really needs in terms of, training programs for the workforce. So I know that this is an option, but I really think that maybe we should need to look to you all And I think it's all about the education again. I'm sorry for harping on that, but I think it's, the community just wanted to know, to have a clear answer. And I think, Ms. Elizondo kind of touched on it, and the rest of all of us did here too. In other words, the monies are there, but now, how are we going to spread those monies? And you have to understand that, to get here. And so this is what I think the community is lacking. When I talk to some people in the community, they're still like, no, you have all this money. How come, wait, no. Where are you getting this? That we have all this money. It's not growing on trees and it's not, being laying on the sidewalk. During COVID, we have to pay bills, and there was no money coming in, students were not there. But see, in their mind, it's just what, anyway, that's a long story short, but I'm saying that, we police ourselves in our sustainability of our programs. I think we can continue to do so. You all do it for us. You all tell the board and you evaluate. New or old or to be, closed down. I think we do that. So we've got numbers. So it's not decisions that what can we afford with $5? How many programs can we pay for?
Chair recognizes Ms. Vela.
I think the one most important thing that we need to keep in mind is our mission. And what is our number one reason that we're here? And that is the most important thing, which is education. Everything else is second. And there's no way that we can, there's many programs, the world is changing drastically. And we have to keep up with them educationally. And, that is why we're here, to educate and train our local community, for entry-level positions. That's it. That's it. Right now, we all go to the grocery store, we all fill up our tanks of gas. It's awful how much everything has gone up. And we need to train all these young kids educationally for the workforce. And we need to keep reminding ourselves of what our mission is, our vision, and our goals. And keep those in mind. Everything else is secondary. Educational programs, cutting them, that hurts. Cutting staff, that really hurts because it's my family. I can't see that. Not for extracurricular activities. I'm sorry. I've said it.
Thank you, Mrs. Vela. You can continue, Mr. Vela, I think. No, yes. Are we going to the next? Are we going to the next?
We're ready for the next, okay?
Okay, so review Laredo College fiscal year 2022 budget, Mr. Cesar Vela.
Yes, one of the items or one of the questions that has come up during this process is that we've heard from the community is where did the money go, right? That's been the question. Like I mentioned, we have $61 million to work with. And earlier during the presentation, Dr. Ariazola mentioned some of the initiatives that we've undertaken in these last 3 years. And just so that we can see where some of this money from the general operating budget has been going or has been allocated. In 2020 is represented by the yellow bar. And then I guess the orange bar is the 2022 budget. In 2020, you can see there that the e-learning and institutional innovation center budget was 792,000. That has gone up to 872,097. And again, this is one of the important departments that have actually prepared us to transition to online learning. Again, they did an exceptional job this last year to get everyone ready to transition to online learning. A lot of the expenditures that were incurred to do that obviously were covered through the HERF funds, CARES Act money. But the operations of that unit are in the general operating budget. And as you can see, from 2020 to 2022, and during that three-year period, that budget has grown 80,000. Then again, we talk about the new BAS program. Back in 2020, we did not have that program. For 2022, we have a budget of 74,000. Now, we are projecting that budget is going to triple within the next year. Again, as we open and get enrollment and have to hire additional faculty for those programs, for that program. The BSN program, again, in 2020, a budget of 231,000, 245,000. Again, it's one of those programs that was added just recently. Sonography is also a program that was added. Again, this was one of the needs that was identified by the community. They began the program with a budget of 26,470, and this was just for the administration component of it. We are now having a budget of 156,581 for 2022. Cybersecurity, another program that's in high demand, $91,774 in 2020, 370 in 2022. And then the new program, Homeland Security, we did not have that program back in 2020, and 2022 it's 168,330. Now, these budgets have not come from new monies. They have been all reallocated from the current existing GO budget. In 2020, our budget was 61 million. In 2022, our budget is 61.7 million. So in that 3-year period, our budget has only grown 2%, $700,000. Within that growth, the board was able to make an adjustment to salaries of 3.5%, and that is included in the 61.7 million. We've also had to increase the utilities for the 2 new additional facilities. We added approximately 560,000. So again, we work with what we have. We redistributed the funds and allocated it to the departments that where the needs were.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Mr. Vela, were any of these programs funded with any student activity fee derived from the athletics program?
No, no, this is our strictly GO. Yes, this is strictly GO. Now, when we talk about the student activity fee revenues, we can see, again, based on enrollment. And again, we look at enrollment headcount. When we look at revenue from the finance side, we look at the semester credit hour generation. There's been 2 major things that have happened in the last 3 years, obviously. One, an impact that had started back in 2017, 2018 was the growth of the dual enrollment program. The dual students are not paying the student activity fee. So we saw a decrease in that revenue stream. And then again, our non-dual students, the decrease in enrollment, and again, we talked about the different factors that might have contributed to that, but the main one obviously being COVID. We saw again that 14% decrease as Dr. Fretzel mentioned. So when we look at the student activity funds, and this is all your student life, your ASO budgets, your soccer and softball, we have 1.1 million to work with. So again, this is the revenue that is coming in. That's the amount that we use to create the budgets. So again, it is the challenge again is identifying where the priorities are, where the biggest impact is when it comes to student services. And again, as of 2021 right now, again, these are actual revenues. We only had 1.1 million to work with. For this coming year, we budgeted $1 million. And again, because we have incentivized the tuition component, we did see an increase in the non-dual enrollment. That has helped this year, the fall semester, with the student activity fee. But again, our budgets were done with the assumption that we were only going to collect around $1 million from the student activity fee.
Which is only a 241,000 difference.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Just for the record, 241,000.
That is good.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Mr. Vela, so in looking at the functions of the student activity fund, besides student life, ASO, athletics, there are some other descriptors that were provided for us in I believe it was in when did they bring in the soccer and the,
Yes,
And
and if you look at the screen at this next slide,
thank you. Mhm.
prior to 2014, and athletics, I'm sorry, soccer and softball were approved back in 2013, August of 2013. Okay, and the $5 increase was also approved at that same time, and it became effective in the spring of 2014. If you look at the slide, prior to 2014, that was the programs that you see there. The $5 per semester credit hour student activity fee covered student life, new student orientation, campus recreation, student leadership, health services, and the special services center. Okay, when the fee increase was introduced back in 2013, the following programs were added. And it was the ASO, Phi Theta Kappa, the newspaper, game room, mariachi, opera, guitar ensemble, the jazz band, the Spanish traditional group, civic symphony, the ensemble, drumline, dance, art gallery, and the cheer team, the presidential student ambassadors, and campus recreational and kinesiology. In addition to soccer and softball. So that fee was added to cover all these other services in addition to soccer and softball. Now, the items that you see here highlighted in red are no longer in the 2022 budget because again, we've had to reduce those budget based on the revenue that's coming in. Okay, now for soccer and softball, those items are on the budget, only the salary components, salary and benefit components.
And
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
just for the record, based on the statistical enrollment, overall enrollment for 2014, and now it actually increased by 2,000 students. So, yeah, we have been eliminating things, but statistically, our enrollment has been going up. Based on the information that was just provided.
On the information from Dr. Fred? Well, we've seen the trend has been going
Well,
down.
from 2014, we had 8,000 students. 2015, 8,000, 2016, 9,000, 2018, 10,000, 2019, 10,000,
But that,
29,000.
but that is the total enrollment, but the non-duals has been going down. Those are the ones that are paying the fee.
With an average of 1,700 per year.
50%.
And again,
I have it right here.
and again, the fee is generated by the semester credit hours. So again, you could possibly see an increase in the headcount, but if they're taking less semester credit hours, doesn't necessarily translate in actually a revenue increase.
I know, but if you compare the budget from this year to last year, it's only $241,000.
Yes, that's,
$241,000.
yes, that's what we projected, but again, going back to what was approved in 2013, the projections back then was that this fee was gonna bring an additional $800,000 to $900,000 in revenue. Well, again, we've seen that revenue go down. So in order to support all these items that are in red, we would need to sustain the revenue at those levels, at the 2014 levels. In addition, things go up, salaries have gone up, contracted services have gone up. So actually, we look at it, that fee or the revenue should have been at least going up a little bit, so to cover those additional, or that growth. Now, from when the fee was introduced back in 2014, it was that $5 increase from $5 to $10. It has not been adjusted for 8 years. So obviously that also played a role, but again, when you look at enrollment, you're gonna ask half of your student population to take the hit. Because the other half, the duals are not paying that fee. So the question of fairness comes to play, right? Is it fair for half of your student body to pay another $5 per semester credit hour, or $10 per semester credit hour, depending on what you need to support the programs? So again, what we've done is, okay, we have $1 million to work with. We've had to cut and reallocate the funds and the resources to be able to offer some of these services. And again, the ones that you see highlighted in red are no longer in the 2022 budget.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
So, Mr. Vela, under student life, prior to 2014, what does student life entail? Is that graduation? Is that activities that are being done? Detailed for us. And I know what the numbers are because you provided that for us way back when in February. But you gave us the information now. The majority of the budget for the student activity, from the activity fund goes to salaries, correct?
That is correct. Student life covers, like you mentioned, several items. A big component of it is the salaries and benefits of the staff that work in that division. So you're talking about the attendance at the Casing Center, the folks that work with the different student clubs that run the activities for student life. Then the other component is we do have some software line items that we pay out of student activities, and those are to comply with Title IX. And I believe we do have the ones for the library, some of the items that they're used there at the library to assist students. And then also another component is the graduation activities. All the caps and gowns are purchased from that fund.
So,
And again, part of that fee also covers the venue. Again, there's another component under the GO that pays for graduation because student activities, again, is not generating enough revenue to cover the whole graduation activities. But the big portion of it is the purchase of student and gown, the cap and gowns for the students, for the graduates. And then the other component is the training for Title IX. That is covered by student life.
so the student activity fund right now, let's say we were to move the salaries back to the general operating fund. Salaries of the student life, right? So, and you would have a remaining amount of a certain amount. Now, we've often talked about the graduation robes and so forth. Everywhere you go, they charge you for the graduation, the cap and gown. This is one of the only colleges, I think very few colleges, that give the graduation cap and gown to the students, even though they apply for graduation. So one of the questions is, would that benefit? So let's say we put only the athletic program back in there to benefit from the student activity. You would benefit how many students from the student activity fee versus how many students are benefiting right now from the student activity fee? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Mm-hmm.
So like on one hand, right now, we're collecting that money. Where is it benefiting? Everybody? Like everybody gets an opportunity to participate from the monies that are there. If we were to change it and only had, let's say, ASO and Phi Theta Kappa and soccer and softball, and maybe another sport, whatever, let's say you had it over here, how many people would benefit versus, you see what I'm trying to find
Yeah,
out?
so to answer the question, yes, student life right now, all students are benefiting, including the duals. Although they may not participate because they're at the high schools, but for example, for the caps and gowns, they do benefit from that component. So it's all students of the institution. If you were to say, okay, well, the student activity fee would just be for athletics, then you would be talking about just the athletic program per se, the students that participate in the athletic program, which my understanding is about 100 student athletes in all the programs, yes.
Chair recognizes Dr. Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fred Solis, Vice President for Student Success and Enrollment, for the record. To your point, Ms. Ramos, a couple of things have happened to the student activity budget since the 2013, when the $5 was instituted, the additional $5 per semester credit hour. For starters, the salaries of the two professionals that are in the student life office were shifted out of the GO and put into the student activity, Because the thought at that time was that we were going to generate all this income. And that's why you have all these programs that are identified in red lined up to receive money, right? And so over time, because of enrollments of who pays for that fee has been declining, that money is no longer there. And so that's why these programs that are in red are not getting their share any longer. Now, what is available covers the following. We covered the student ambassadors, which are student advocates that are assist the student life activities. We covered the student ID system that all students are using. We covered the setups for the different events that occur through student life. That includes the meals that are provided at the different events, clubs that need sponsorship. They're provided with some seed money to start their club events and so forth.
Is that under clubs?
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo, and Dr. Carranza has been waiting prior to.
Yes,
Itemized under clubs.
right,
Which
right.
is 4,000, okay.
I mean, I'm just following up what the Ramos said, but we have covered this once before. On graduation, the caps and gowns, I mean, the students should pay for it. I mean, if I remember way back there in Manning High School, and it was a very poor district. So they charged us for the
Yeah.
cap and gown.
So here's the history.
No, but somebody brought up to the board years ago and say, how can we not pay for the cap and gown for the poor students? So the board then voted then to pay for the caps and gowns, but that's been years. It's been years. That was probably because somebody brought in here saying that, I wasn't here then, but this is what was said to me when I asked about it. Somebody came in and complained that we were charging the students caps and gowns, and the board said at that point, they agreed. I think, I don't know if Mr. Mercurio or Ms. Maris was here then, but they agreed then to pay for it because somebody said that they were, how can we charge these poor students caps and gowns? But I mean, you talk about a district that comes from the poorest, and they made us pay for the cap and gowns.
So, to your point, Dr. Carranza, the students have always paid for their cap and gown. It used to be that it was a direct charge, it was a direct fee for graduation. But what we found out is that $10 fee that was charged for graduation, students would not come forward and say, I'm graduating, because they didn't have the money to pay that. So instead, what was done is, instead of nickel and diming the student and collecting a little bit for this, a little bit for that, a little bit for that, it all got rolled into one student activity fee. So technically, the students are paying for their cap and gown, but it's under the student activity fee.
Well, yeah, I know. I hear your language there, the nickel and diming, and everybody knows a nickel and dime here and there, Even a penny is worth something,
Yes, sir.
okay? You take a penny out of a budget, it's gonna really ruin somebody.
And so that was the history.
The thing here is that, how much do we pay a year on caps and gowns?
Right now, for this year, we have set aside $70,000.
70 grand.
46,000 are for cap and gowns. Well, 46,000 are for cap and gowns, and then the rest is for the,
2022.
yes. And so
Yeah.
46 is for caps and gowns, and the remainder is for the venue.
Hmm?
That's what I wanted to.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
So for 2021, they were $62,000 that were expensed for the graduation activity fee. So out of those $62,000, how much was for the cap and gowns? Because if you're looking at a budget of $1 million and $62,000 were allocated for graduation activity fees, como we need to see, como, it's
Yeah.
not- you know what I mean?
Yeah, I catch your drift.
But yeah, you're right. But out of those 62,000, how much was expense for cap and gown?
I don't have that in front of me, but what we have budgeted
Like
is,
60%?
so I would say it's a certain percentage. So like in this case, out of the 70,000, about 46 is for caps and gowns.
And
So I would
also
say it's the same
contributing.
ratio.
Okay.
Now,
Now,
in the-
Dr. Solis, I know all the students are paying that fee, and you have students that don't walk and don't use a cap and gown, right?
right. That's
So
correct.
So we still have that money.
But we have it in, we still get it for them. And
But
so
I
we
mean, they
have,
buy it, but yet they don't use it.
they pay for it, but they don't
They
use
pay
it.
for it.
They pay for it, but they don't use it, correct. But more importantly, what is also part of the student activity fee is the speakers that are asked for by the faculty and students that they want. And so we invite those speakers, and that costs money. We do have a leadership academy that's provided to students as well. And so that costs money to put together. But more importantly, there's 3 pieces of software that all students benefit from, including staff. And that is, number 1, the ID system that the college owns, is paid for by the student activity fee. And then there's a piece of software that is required by law for us to have for anonymous reporting on sexual harassment called Stop It. So there's an annual license fee for that. And then there's another piece of license that we have to by law provide, and that's for again, sexual harassment training called EverFi. And so all these expenses have been rolled into the student activity, or actually under the student life budget. Additionally, we have the Title IX professional development. You might have heard that we had a couple of mock trials, or we had a mock trial demonstration that occurred not too long ago. That was expensive, and that was paid out of the student life budget. Because it happens that the associate dean that oversees the student services side is under the student life budget, the Title IX responsibility that falls on that dean and the expenses associated with Title IX are also part of the student life budget. So although you might think of the student life activities as only being activities, there's a whole list of items that are covered through that budget expense as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sorella, you can continue.
Any other questions on the items highlighted?
No. You can continue.
And again, as we look at the budgets, for the years 2018 to 2020, which you can see here, the allocation between what was allocated under the general operating budget and the student activity fees budget. You can see that soccer and softball, the budgets for 2018 through 2020, the 3-year average has been around 244,000 for both for soccer and softball. The athletics budget, which covers the athletic director and some of the items that cover all the athletic programs, the 3-year average for that was 289,905. Again, right now, the vacancy for the athletic director has been frozen. The sports complex, those are the attendants that that oversee the sports complex. That budget, the 3-year average was $33,252. For tennis, the 3-year average was 237,713. Volleyball, 196,515, and baseball, 226,456. Again, right now, the only budgets that are on the general operating budget are for tennis, and again, it covers only the salary component.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Mr. Vela, a quick question. As we all know, athletics was suspended due to COVID-19. Where did the student activity fees for that fiscal year, were they allocated for something else, or did it go back to the general operating budget?
The student activity stays within the student activity fund.
For the athletic aspect?
For all aspects, yes. So it only covered the salaries of the coaches that were for those 2 sports. All the other expenditures were not budgeted, again, because we did see the decrease on the fee. So as you saw on the slide, all these items that are highlighted in red were not budgeted in the student activity fee or the student activity fund due to that decrease in the
But my
revenue.
question is, where was that money allocated for?
Well, the money that came through is allocated in the items that or in the line items that are highlighted in white. So as you can see, soccer and softball do have an allocation, but like I mentioned, it was only salaries for the coaches. The other items that were budgeted or received an allocation based on the money that came in was the ASO Phi Theta Kappa, Campus Rec, Student Leadership, and Student Life. And the new student orientation.
Because it was almost $500,000, right, for soccer and softball? Or
Yes.
okay, so the salaries for those three coaches, because right now we only have three, their salaries were cut as well. So what was the estimated percentage for those three coaches?
The amounts that were budgeted or that are in the budget or under that, hold on, I have it here. 22. For soccer and softball, 63,151 and 71,181, and that includes salaries and benefits.
Say that again, please.
63,151 and 71,181. Those were the salaries and benefits.
Okay, so 63.51. So I'm just gonna consider that two.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Thank you. The two salaries are actually covered by the student activity fee, so that's almost 114,000. So we still have a remaining balance of approximately 300 and something thousand. Was that allocated, was that already expensed? Or did it went back to the general
No,
fund?
it was not budgeted because.
Yeah, but
again,
we collected it. I
Yes.
wanna, okay, let me be very clear. Where is that money?
The money went to those items that were highlighted in white. So we collected, like I mentioned, it was 1.1 million. It covered those.
Okay, so
items.
let's focus on this one, soccer and softball, right?
Yes,
Out of that $500,000 more or less, if we subtract 114, there's a substantial amount of money left.
Mhm.
Where did that money?
Again, it went to those other programs. Because athletics was suspended, we did not budget for those extra $300,000. Again, you cannot budget an item if it's not in operations.
Yeah, but we collected specifically.
Yes, we
for that-
collected,
for
but
that.
it's not specifically, again, the way the fee was approved, it was approved to cover all these items. So for example, the fee was approved to cover dance. Because we didn't have enough money, we were not able to fund dance. Same thing with athletics. Right now, athletics was suspended, so again, those $300,000 that are needed for operations were used in these other areas to provide the services needed for the student life and the student services. But like I said, that fee covers all these items or was supposed to cover all these items, but because we're not generating the revenue that had been projected back in 2013, we don't have enough funds to budget for all these items. Now athletics, because it was suspended, we only budgeted for the salaries of the coaches at this point. Now, again, the question comes, okay, we have $1.1 million to operate with. How are we gonna prioritize the 1.1 million? So again, the question now comes, okay, athletics, reinstatement of it, athletics, okay, then we need to work with the 1.1 million and see how we're gonna allocate those funds.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
So when you had that funds for the past, I believe it was 2 or 3 years prior to athletics being suspended, you were already giving money from the general operating fund for that particular. So that's one thing, right? So there was some added monies that were being given from the general operating fund to the student activity because you weren't generating enough monies from the money that was being collected, correct?
That's
And
correct.
then also, number two, you had, we had an increase in the salary increases, at the beginning of this year. We gave a little bit of an increase. And so we get, what is it, 5%?
5%.
So that top it off, that's another item that was added to it, right? So let's say, let's look at the whole picture and see how would we be able to sustain, let's say, 2 sports within the realm of the student activity fee, right? So that it would be able to be sustainable. So one of the factors that I think that we noticed at the beginning of the year with the ad hoc committee was that a lot of the other colleges, they had full-fledged dorms. They had big buildings that were generating money so that the kids could have a sustainable program. So they also had food plans. The food plans, they would charge them at the beginning and they would charge those students so they could also provide the sustainability. They also had a full-fledged alumni association that would work as a booster program that would sell merchandise that would directly come back. One thing that I have not seen in the years that I've been here is the selling of the merchandise. I go to Walmart, I go to different places, and I've addressed it before. The merchandise selling is a great component to bring any type of program back that's going to benefit everybody as a whole, because the individuals in the community are buying that. So I personally, I'll be very honest, I have been unsuccessful to bring the merchandise to be able to be provided out to the community, because I've been told that they're working on it and they're working on it. And the only place that sells it right here, right now, is the bookstore. And then the bookstore gets only the money that belongs back to them and gives us a fraction of it. Why is it based on your recommendation? Because you're the numbers person, right? Based on your recommendation, what can we do to make it a sustainable? What other viable opportunities are there out there besides the dorms, besides the food plant, besides the alumni association, growing bigger or selling merchandise specifically for that particular program, so that we could help that program be sustainable? Because what we're doing right here in the board workshop is not regurgitating information. We have to come to an agreement to see what is viable and what is not viable. Because we could go over and over and over, and we've been doing that for I don't know how many months, right? But what we want to find out is, what alternatives do we have, if we have any? Because at the end of the day, can we shift around things from the student activity fund to go back to the general operating fund, only salaries, and leave only what's beneficial to a particular program? Can we increase other programs? Personally, I would like to see what alternatives we have before. This is heavy. This is some heavy stuff for me. I mean, to think about the numbers and to think about the viability of a program and how does it move forward to the next level. I think, for me, I think that's how I would like to maybe continue this conversation right here, right now.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Judge Martinez.
I go along with the observation that is being made by Ms. Ramos. There are certain athletic programs that we ought to implement, and if need be, which of course that has been the case throughout as long as I can remember, continue to subsidize those programs regardless. Okay, why? Because the community does not really come over to pay attendance, so to speak, as is the case with universities, whether it is the University of Texas or University of, the A&M or whatever, all right? But we ought to have athletic program with certain specific sports within it, which would be subsidized by our college, and I feel very strongly about that.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Vela, you can continue.
Actually, that's all the information that we have on the budget. Any questions, comments?
Okay,
Thank you so much for your time.
thank you, Mr. Vela. The next item,
Madam Chair.
yes. Yes, Mr. Rangel.
Thank you. So then, we're still somewhat in the same situation which we're not gonna know what we're gonna do.
No,
And the reason why I'm asking this is because, I continue to get a response to the community. The community has been calling several trustees on what we're gonna do. So my only question is, what's gonna be the recommendation from staff? What's gonna be what are we gonna wanna do as a board? Are we gonna wanna decide to go with a survey? Are we gonna wanna decide to do something? talking, so we can respond to the community.
Mr. Rangel, it's coming up on the agenda on the workshop. 2 more items and you'll get your questions answered.
Okay.
But like I tell my community that reaches out to me, I ask them to write out a $2 million check for us
Amen.
and commit to write another $2 million check to us for the next 3 years. So, but that's my answer to them. But I'm gonna continue with the agenda and your answers will be, your questions will be answered. 4E is presentation on the sports of the Laredo College Athletics Program, Coach Jaime Don Juan.
Good evening, board members, administration, faculty, and team members. Well, everyone's a team member, I believe. My name, as stated, is Jaime Don Juan. Right now at the HSOC, but before the HSOC, before COVID, was the assistant athletic director and also the men's and women's tennis coach. There's a lot of things that we can cover today. I think we covered a lot of the items that I was going to cover. I do have a full presentation to give out, and it is pretty long, but I know there's going to be a lot of questions during this, so let's get through this. So I start with the image of the sports complex. The sports complex that was built in 1997 and opened up in the spring of 1998. I'm giving you the full aspects. I know some of you have probably not seen the tennis courts. I don't know if some of you know that Laredo has the only covered tennis court in Laredo. The nearest covered court that you can go to is going to be Corpus Christi. That's how unique we are. Besides that, we also have right next to it, we have the softball field, the baseball field, and in the back we have the practice field for the soccer. That is the practice field. They actually play at the South Campus. A few years ago, we invested in the bus. It's a very nice bus. It's something that I've advocated since it's just been sitting there. I've had a talk with Dr. Solis, and I don't know if you remember, Dr. Solis, we had that conversation of let's get that bus and let's drive it around Laredo and let's show people we're here. Not just for the athletics, but just for the college itself. I believe that's a great marketing tool that we're missing out on. By the way, I did see the 75th anniversary bus yesterday, and it looks very nice. I don't know if anyone's seen it already, but it's already out there. It's the first time I saw it yesterday. So I wanted to go into the athletics department's mission statement. The athletics department's mission is to build values in education, sportsmanship, and leadership that will enable our student athletes to enhance their maximum potential in life and to ensure that they are academically prepared for the future. Laredo College desires to field teams in those sports in which local athletes have an opportunity of participation based upon their athletic skills and their participation levels in local and surrounding high schools. In addition, we should field teams which reflect the interests of our community. We should also field teams supplementing with out-of-state athletes. In this manner, we can field teams which can compete successfully at the conference level of competition. With these criteria in mind, Laredo College will field teams in women's volleyball, men's and women's tennis, and men's baseball, men's soccer, and women's softball.
Before you change, can I ask you a question? Did we ever consider recruiting locally at all those sports that you just mentioned?
We do recruit locally.
But what's the percentage? Do you know what percentage we recruited?
As far as well, I can go with the tennis. The tennis is usually composed of mostly internationals on the men's side. On the women's side, it is mostly composed of locals here. The reason being is there's more for the competition level that we face on the tennis team. It's extremely high. I don't know if you know this, but We've actually had the opportunity one year to have UT Austin, the real UT Austin, A&M and Baylor in one season, which is unheard of for most Division I schools. That is a big honor to me and to the college, I believe, and to the community.
But did we not have enough students locally to come and play
We-
for us here at the college?
Yes, we do. It just depends. In college, it's a little bit different. You actually get recruited to come here, and then depending on the level that you want to be at, do we want to be, where do we want to be at? I think we want to be at the highest level we can. And with the rules that we follow, the rules allow us to recruit from anywhere. Now, I will say that when we do sign scholarships, the scholarships are not just signed by the coaches and the athletes. The president is also very aware of who we sign. So the president actually signs the scholarship, giving us a permission to sign the athlete before we sign the athlete. So it doesn't start just with the coach. I mean, it doesn't end with the coach. It involves the administration as well.
So if we wanted to be at a higher level, we had to go outside the city.
In order, because we play under the same rules as everyone. If every junior college was just to recruit locals, then we would be okay just recruiting locals. But every junior college and every university, they recruit wherever they can to get the best athlete in. Definitely, we do recruit in Laredo. We try to get the best ones here. And then once we get the athlete that we can get here, then we move on. For example, right now, the signing dates for all of our sports at Laredo for the National Junior College Association was November the 1st. So our athletes in Laredo are already signing elsewhere because they don't know the certainty that we're at right now.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
But based on that comment alone, you still haven't answered the question. You're not recruiting locally because you can't win with them. Is that what you're saying?
No, I have never had a direction. I have never had a direction of saying, and I did bring this up at the ad hoc committee. I play by the rules. Never have I had the direction of saying, okay, Don Juan, you have to recruit locals. No, I was always giving full authority to recruit where I wanted.
But based on your experience over the past couple of years, the reason you don't recruit locally is because you can't win. Is that what you're saying?
Every year is a different year. This year could be a year where I would be recruiting locals. I could give you an example right now. It doesn't sound right, but it is right. I would love for me to say my son is the #1 player in Laredo because he's a senior. He's not, that's why I say this. But the #1 player in Laredo is his friend, his teammate, Bernie. And he was the MVP. Right now, he's trying to decide, is he going to be here? I tell him I don't know. So he's looking somewhere. So right now, I have 2 athletes from Laredo that are waiting, and one of them being my son.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
I understand your predicament, if you don't play sports, I know that you have to look at a player now, you have to look at GPA coach. You might be the greatest player out there in the field, but you have people that have the GPA and GPA.
Correct.
You're at the loss. You're at a loss. The other thing is that, yes, there was a few years that they recruited just locally, and they didn't produce. They didn't produce at all. And so besides, you don't get that many scholarships. Yeah, and you try to go out and get the best you can, but you know that what you're getting is going to be secondary because the primaries already been taken. The good ones have already been taken, they're going somewhere else. Because they start recruiting them since they're freshmen, they've been following them through high school. And by the time they're not picked up by by a big school, they come to LC and see if they can get a scholarship out. Some of them stay 2 years and a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't make it because they don't have the GPA. So, I understand your predicament. And if people play sports in here, they would understand that. if you didn't play any sports and you don't know nothing. You know, it's just saying, okay, I like this, I like baseball, I like tennis, I like soccer. Yeah, but when you play those sports and, when you play for money, which I did for a little money, you know, you have to be good.
Correct.
And that's the way it is, you know, and I locally, yes, I mean, I know over here what she's gonna say, but it is not true. That's the way it goes. Go ahead, say it. No,
Chair recognizes
okay.
Mrs.
Yeah,
Elizondo.
Presidenta,
Ms.
to give you the
Elizondo.
okay.
I agree with Dr. Carranza, and just to make it a point, they get approximately $70,000 on scholarship funds, which makes it very hard to compete with other universities and colleges. And just talking from experience as a former athlete, the reason why I stayed in Laredo to play was because my parents didn't allow me to go somewhere else. But to make it a point, sometimes it comes down to how much money are we giving the students? Are we competitive? When are we starting recruiting? All of those different factors. So I understand that the recruiting process is very challenging. And like Dr. Carranza said, you need to understand sports and to be in that end and truly see the challenges that are present. So, I mean.
The other thing is that when I do recruit internationally, it's not like I go to Europe to go recruit them. I do all that through the phone, through the internet. I managed to bring in a diversity to the college, which is unique for the college, I believe, and for the community, to have a player from England, to have a player from China. Who doesn't want to meet a player from a different country? It makes a person, it makes a team and the college a well-rounded person, in my opinion. Any more?
Any other questions? No, you can continue. Thank you.
The institution operates the intercollegiate athletic program in strict adherence to a stated philosophy and purpose in harmony with and supportive of the institution purposes. To this end, Laredo College places a high priority on the overall quality of all educated experiences. In doing so, it integrates objectives and programs in intercollegiate athletics and intramural sports with academic and development objectives to assure assimilation of athletes with other students. The athletic department mission places a high priority on the quality and scope of the educational experience. In this manner, the intent is to strengthen the accomplishment of objectives in the athletics as well as academic and developmental objectives. In addition, an atmosphere is created that enables individuals to compete at their level of competency for the enjoyment of the respective sport. A unique characteristics of community college athletics, as opposed to some levels of NCAA athletics, is that the focus is on the participant and the personnel and academic development of the athlete. Community college athletics programs will not become a revenue source for the college, but the benefits given to the participants, students, and local community are abundant. Here's a letter that on 2019 for the last class of our athletes. You'll see that our president signed it. Dear student athletes, at Laredo College, we believe that athletics are a vital part of student life and an important component of the academic campus. The goal of the athletics program is to build values in education, character, integrity, responsibility, sportsmanship, and leadership to ensure that our student athletes are academically prepared for the future. We strive to give our student athletes a quality education with the promise that their athletic careers and their academic accomplishments can transition them to a four-year college or university. As a member of the NJCAA and Region 14 Athletic Conference, our student athletes participate in one of the most competitive intercollegiate sports conferences in the nation. It is a privilege to participate in intercollegiate athletics and to build campus unity, spirit, and engagement with the community. We expect a high standard of discipline, commitment, academic, and excellence from our student athletes. And again, that is signed by our president and our provost, Ms. Tejerina, Dr. Tejerina, sorry. No question. Demographic,
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
When was that letter signed?
that was in 2019. Demographics that do not change. Student athletes will always be full-time traditional college students. Student athletes will always create and maintain an on-campus presence, a true college atmosphere. Student athletes are required to be enrolled in at least 12 credit hours during the semester of competition. In order for our students to play for us, they have to be in 12 hours. 12 hours.
Do we have a restriction on their grade point average?
2.0.
That's all?
That's the C average.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
That would be the same as in high school.
Yeah, but this is college.
Yes.
24 hours is not that much.
24 hours.
For 2 semesters, for 2 years, for 2 semesters? 12?
So after the first year, the fall and the spring, they'll have to have 24 hours.
For 2 semesters, yeah.
No.
Yes,
2
semesters.
hours a semester, yeah.
Chair recognizes, okay, who's gonna talk first? Ms. Elizondo.
Thank you. And just for clarification purposes, this is a nationwide requirement, right?
Yes.
All participants of the NJCAA are required to adhere to the same requirements.
Yeah,
It's
correct.
not an LC local policy.
No.
Thank you.
What you're presenting to us right here, right?
Correct. One more question. Okay,
But we as a college can set up a different goal.
you could.
Okay.
Student athletes are required to pass 24 credit hours 2 semesters prior to eligibility for a second season of competition. In the NJCAA, spring sports athletes are required to pass 12 credit hours prior to their first season of competition, fall semester, dual credit, winter semesters. Student athletes are required to complete core and/or degree progress courses for transfer. Just to note that during the semester also, they have to be enrolled in the 12 hours. If they drop below the 12, let's just say that they drop to 11 hours, then they're off. They can't compete. Demographics do not change the college they consider change. The dream of commitment to and preparation for competing in college begins early in the lives of young athletes, prospective full-time traditional students. Athletes begin in preparing athletically to compete at the college level as early as 10 years old. Travel, club, ball, prospective clinics, year-round tournaments. I can attest to this. I don't know how many, I think I've already put my son through college because of all the money that I've spent since he was 8 years old, traveling all over Texas and different other states. Not doing that right now.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Coach, I just had a question.
Yes,
So you say that they have to have, this is, of course, these are the requirements, 12 hours per semester and then 24 hours to play for the next semester, correct?
correct. So 12 hours, like,
That they signed up for.
like for soccer and volleyball, they're like, if they were in season right now, they would be good with their 12 hours. But then if they were to do a special tournament for the spring, then they would have to be in compliance already with their past their 12 hours, and then in the spring already be enrolled in 12 hours.
So how true is this statement? Some students would sign up online elsewhere at other colleges to earn the credit and bring back the passing grade to our campus.
So if a student is, let's just say the fall semester, if a student, I'll say tennis, which is not true for tennis, but I'll just put tennis. If I have a student that is enrolled in 12 hours and does not pass, like I said, he goes down to 9 hours. The winter semesters, now that we do offer them here at Laredo, before I think that was maybe 3 years ago that we added winter semesters. Before we didn't have an option, they could enroll at a different college, bring that those 3 hours in here to make them eligible for the spring semester.
But some of them would just go to, let's say, Lamar University and just take the courses through online and then pass the class that they didn't pass, and then they would bring the grade. How do we accept that grade coming from, they should be getting it here?
That is an NCAA rule, and I believe that's an NCAA as well, where that we're not doing anything illegal, they can actually do that. And it is not easy to take the class somewhere else and bring it in. So we have had a hard time going through admissions and getting it, and it's not like, here it is. No, you can ask Dr. Solis, it takes a while to get it in, and it has to get approved, and it has to meet our criteria. So it's not just a regular class that you just take, it has to get approved.
So the college has to be an approved college too.
Correct.
But then some students were doing that and they were getting the credit.
No, not to my knowledge. Like I said, it goes through admissions, and admissions has the final say so whether it is approved or not. The athletics doesn't say, oh, it's approved, it's an admissions.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Going back to, you mentioned high school, I play high school, if you flunk one class, you're out. You're out of the team.
Well, we're talking about college.
No, I know, but you mentioned high school, it's the same thing over here, if they miss 1 hour, right? You're out.
Yeah, if we're in 12 and we drop down to 11.
I didn't mention.
There's no difference.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
So going off of what trustee Ramos had said, so student athletes are allowed to take courses outside of LC if they fail courses here and they keep their scholarship and they keep playing?
They
In order to keep their 2.0.
they have to maintain that 2.0 in order to go in there.
So they can get the scholarship here, take the courses here at LC, fail them, take courses at another accredited institution, pass them, transfer them back over here to where they can keep playing?
So if they take a class somewhere else, like Jackie said, Lamar, their scholarship does not pay for it. They would pay.
No, that I understand, but they're failing the courses here at LC that the scholarship pays for, and then they can go out to Lamar or wherever else other higher education institution and transfer if they pay for it themselves. If they say they get an A, they can transfer it over here to where they can keep playing and keep on, I guess, failing or taking courses and.
Correct. So we do have a rule where, and that's just an athletic rule that Troy put there. It's not an NCAA rule, but once we pay for a class, and if they drop it or they fail it, then we're not going to pay for it again. They're going to have to pay for that class. So if it's a core class, like an English class that they have to pass, that they have to take, if they fail it, when they come back, they're going to have to pay for it.
But which is why they just go somewhere else, take it, pass it, and then just transfer it over here.
Normally, they wouldn't take an English, they would try to take a different class at an English class. I mean, English is.
But utilizing that example, that's essentially what they are able to do.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the rules that we're governed by.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Yes, even if they go online, you keep saying online, it has to be approved by the college to accept those hours. Just because you go online doesn't mean that the college is going to accept those 3 hours or whatever hours they're taking.
Correct.
So it doesn't really matter, they might take it, but the college might say, hey, we don't recognize those 3 hours. And that has happened to many students that make transfers. And that go online and they want to transfer, they don't accept it. So, you're right, on that, they gotta sit it out.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
The point I was trying to make is that if the community, especially our scholarship dollars, is going to student athletes and they're failing their courses just to take them somewhere else, where's the investment that we're getting back by investing in those students? If we allocate $75,000 per sport, and if you have the majority of the student athletes that are there that are failing the courses here, why are we continuing to invest in those students if they can just easily go somewhere else, take the course just to come back and continue to play?
Well,
that student doesn't deserve our investment. We need to get somebody else. And then we get that
to answer you. The thing
Chair
is,
recognizes Dr.
the thing
Carranza.
is that what you're saying is correct to a certain extent. But, you know, human beings will try to do whatever they can to survive. And that's a given. And what you're saying is the students will do the same thing. They'll go here, they go there, and they try to get hours if they need to. Some will pet their hours somewhere else. You know, it's no difference. They're just human beings, you know, just like, well, like you and me.
Mr. Delgado, I'd like to address that. Dr. Solis, I don't know if you remember this, but we had a student, of course, I can't name names, but we had a student that did not pass his 12 hours, and you helped me out, not help me out illegally, but help me out regularly. And we got him the 12 hours. An international student that knew very little English, and, you know, this was his first semester. He had a hard time. And because the college helped him out, we got him through the right way. He ended up graduating his second year. So this is a very important part. You know, sometimes, yes, you're right. Maybe they are going to go somewhere and get that hour, but they're going to bring it back, and they're going to keep going, and they're going to graduate. And that's the ultimate goal, is to graduate. So it's not just about the playing part, it's about the graduation as well. And we accomplished that.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with what the, I apologize, Madam Chair. I'm more concerned with the LCGPA, what they're doing here. If they're not passing their courses here, then what exactly are they doing? Because then they're not even paying attention to what's going on here. They're just kind of passing by.
Exactly, and that's why I was going back to that, because we had that situation, and he was, you know, when you're a freshman at a college, it's different. It's different. Just because you were, what is the rule in high school? If you're an A student, more than likely you're going to be a B student. If you're a B student, you're going to be a C student. I think that's still the rule, right? And so this student, you know, he didn't make it, but he went out and made the grade and came back, and he graduated from here. I think that's great.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Right, and just, I mean, it is hard to be a student athlete and to be a full-time student. I recognize that and everything, but just out of curiosity, how often did this happen? Because I can recall what during my soccer years, one of my teammates failing or having to do this thing. So is this a common thing?
It's very, very rare. Dr. Solis, I'm sorry to be picking on you, but I mean, Dr. Solis is here. That's why he's the doctor to go to on this part. It doesn't happen that much. It's very rare. Sorry, doctor.
Coach, you mentioned something about that student that was here from another country, right?
Correct.
Is there a requirement for them to come here to know the language before they take the courses?
Yes, they have to meet, now, a few years ago, they have to make a 61 on a TOEFL, which is an English proficient exam that tests them on how good their English is.
Okay, so the students that you recruit must know the English language in order for them to take the courses here, correct?
Yes, a 61 on the TOEFL.
Let me go back to the data that was provided. Most of your students had passed the TSI. Most of your students had good GPA. They were passing. So you took care of that part. But the individualized sport is responsible for their individualized students. So if you have students that are passing, you're gonna check up on them. In other words, that's what I'm saying. So you're gonna be after them, making sure that in the middle of the semester, if they're not passing, you know, get on the ball, get some resources that you need to go to.
Correct. So during the semester, we do send out progress reports to the teachers. Most of the teachers do fill them out. We do contact some of the teachers. Thanks to COVID, now I know everybody on campus, so that's really not a problem for me anymore. Everyone knows me on campus, I think, or they should. So having that communication with the teacher is crucial.
But before?
Before, I didn't know everyone. I should have, but like I said, I probably knew I probably knew 75% of the people. Now I think I know 99% of the people.
But what I'm asking is, each department, each athletic program is responsible for those students that come in.
Yes.
So if the data indicates that a certain program is doing really well, do you all get together and say, what's working for you that could be working for me, so that our students can be successful? Because many times in several of the programs that I was acquainted with, the students were struggling. They needed more assistance and they needed more help. And in the last year that we didn't have the baseball coach in particular, those students were on their own. They had a part-time coach, but that's how I can speak to specifically for that particular area, because the students, they were struggling, and even the part-time coach was not providing them with the assistance so they could be successful. A lot of the students were redshirted, and that means I would notice whenever we were giving out the awards and I was sitting there and I'm like, how come that student wasn't called out? Or that student is a redshirt, they weren't on the team because they weren't passing, but they were still on the team. So what I'm saying, what I'm asking you is, at any given time, did you all come together as a group and say, what's working for you so that our students can be successful? Because you talk about individualized students. So at what point did you all come together and say, what works for the tennis team could work for the soccer, could work for the softball, could work for the baseball and the volleyball? At any time did you all come together and talk about strategies on how to make, how to help have the students be successful? That's what I'm asking.
Correct. We do have monthly meetings, and we did get together on a weekly basis because we were a small program. We did have, different talks on what we could do with our athletes, but just because the tennis was successful, we're not, we could come back and we could not be successful in academics. It's just the crop that we get every year. It's going to change. Next year, this coming up year, if we were to bring softball, they could be at the top, or soccer could be at the top. It just changes.
But why wouldn't you want every single team to be successful?
No, we do.
Well, because you mentioned the fact that, each year it's different, right?
Yes.
And yes, there are different groups of cohorts of students that come by. So why would not the team as a whole, as the athletic program, come together and say, why are we not helping baseball, for example, when they have a part-time coach and not a full-time coach, So, or let's say they had already finished with volleyball when volleyball finished off and Coach Harry, correct?
Correct.
She went on to another job, right?
Correct.
So who was going up to the front and saying, we need to help these students?
So when Brittany left, all the coaches were helping out because we didn't have an assistant at that time. So we did take over basically on that part. Everybody was trying to help out, and the coaches do help out in every sport we try to. But I will say that in tennis we're a little bit we're a smaller group. Baseball, it's it just depends. It doesn't have to be as big, but the coach has always been big. So the more students, it's going to be a little bit harder. But in this case, we need a lot of students.
Chair recognizes Elizondo.
Just to echo Mrs. Ramos's words, I think, in my personal opinion, I think it's the responsibility also of the coaches and administration. I don't know if at some point was somebody appointed as acting to take over or whatever the case might be, but and just to answer to Ms. Ramos, I think that the coaches also play a prominent role in that sense. Like, my coach she will force us to sit on the first row of each classroom. She'll constantly checking us and do all that stuff. But like I noted before, I don't know how often this happens or how the performance of each sport is in terms of academics.
So the progress report is a vital part because that tells us where they are at that moment. 3 weeks later after school has started, which is a little bit hard, but we do send it that first 3 weeks, and then a couple of weeks later we do send out another one, and that's kind of where we actually know more or less where the student is. So if a student is not doing well in the class, we pick up the phone and we call the teacher and we find out what's going on, and then we kind of get inside what's happening. And from there, we try to work with a teacher. There's a different components that play into that part.
Any other questions? We can continue.
Athletes prepare academically with appropriate guidance to compete at the college level by adhering to strict core course GPA and SAT and ACT score guidelines in all 4 years of high school. Most young athletes begin with dreams of competing in college in front of large television crowds for Texas, A&M, Oklahoma, etc. Only 3% of the young dreamers who do compete in college will compete at that level. If a prospective student athlete has not been recruited by a major NCAA Division I program by their freshman or sophomore year in high school, they have little hope of attending and competing for that institution. This reality for most young athletes forces prospective full-time traditional students to consider other options: non-NCAA Division I Power 5 conferences, NCAA Division II, Division III, NAIA, JUCO, and the California route. For most young male athletes, the bigger dream is to play professionally. For most female athletes, the only dream is to play collegiately. For most female athletes, the dream and/or realization of competing in college encompasses the entirety of their athletic careers. If given the opportunity and fit, many prospective student athletes would love to compete at an institution close to home. An athlete who has dreamed, prepared, and committed to competing in college will not enroll at a local college that does not offer athletics. Eliminating athletics at Laredo College will force the most stable, full-time traditional student demographic student athletes to enroll in other colleges. I can contest for this right now. You know, I have my son who's a senior, and of course, you know, I've been here I'm a dinosaur, so I'm saying about a dinosaur. So my son is here. I've been taking them to showcases. What are showcases? Showcases are where a bunch of coaches go. They go and recruit the athlete. They play in front of the coaches and they find out, you know, how good is the athlete. Are they able to go there? You know, right now I'm in that situation. I've already gone to 2 showcases, one in the summer and one a couple of months ago. The dream of commitment to and preparation of competing at the college level has not and will not change the demographics of prospective student athletes. Full-time traditional students with advances in technology and dual credit course offerings. Attendance at professional major NCAA Division I, Texas, Oklahoma, A&M, or high school level competition cannot appropriately be used as a standard of comparison. The standard comparison is neither realistic or non-applicable to most college athletic events. Everyone involved in community college athletics should buy into the fact that it is about the athlete and not the spectator. Competition at the major NCAA Division I level, revenue generating high attendance encompasses only approximately 3% of the entire collegiate athletic population, although we will do everything in our power to increase attendance. Our current attendance numbers and demographics are consistent with 97% of all collegiate athletic events, non-Division I, Power 5 conferences, Division II, Division III, NAIA, and goes on. Rivalries inherit a professional major NCAA division. Our high school levels of competition cannot appropriately be used as a standard of comparison. The standard of comparison is neither realistic nor applicable to most college athletic events. Rivalries at most levels of collegiate athletic competition are internal and sport specific. The director of athletics at one community college summed it up best when she said, everyone involved in community college athletics should buy into the fact that it is about the athlete and not the spectator. You know, one of the things that, sorry that I have to use my son so much, but you know, it is what it is. One of the things that I always tell my son is that when he competes, don't worry about your dad, don't worry about your mom, and certainly don't worry about your sister watching. You're out there to compete. You're out there for yourself, not for the spectators, not meaning the parents. If community college leaders can keep the needs of the athletes at the forefront of decision-making, the result will be an athletic program that truly supports the mission of the institution and enhances the educational experience for all involved. The other waiting list. A survey sample consisting of currently enrolled Laredo College students cannot be used as a standard to gauge interest in athletics. Due to the suspension of athletics programs in 2020 and 2021, the student athlete population at Laredo College is non-existent. Prospective full-time traditional students realistically interested in participating in athletics are either competing or enrolling at other institutions. Any survey sample from the current enrolled student population excludes the suspended student athlete population and therefore cannot possibly be considered a valid sample for measurement of student interest. Skip that.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
So then how would you survey the student population for interest in athletics if you don't want to get the student population this year? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but the average number of student athletes prior to COVID was a little bit less than 100?
Yes, keep in mind that
but if our traditional student enrollment is around 5,000, which about 3,000 is part-time, 2,500 is full-time, and we're talking about, let's say, 90 student athletes. If you still have that same population of students that are taking a survey to gauge their interest in whether or not they want athletics, how is that going to differ from what's been done recently, or maybe not, and how would you gauge the interest of the students if they want, or if they're interested in athletics?
I think the interest of athletics right now is evident by looking at the high schools. All the high schools are back in action. We have the football, we have the tennis, we have the baseball, we have the softball. We have everyone
playing. How do we address, or how does somebody from the public address the board and say, hey, students want sports back, students want sports, and this is the number of students that want, just like a survey was conducted with the current student population that is here, because those are the students that are going to be paying for the sports themselves. They're going to be paying for the scholarships, salaries, fees, and so on and so forth. So how do we gauge the interest? Not necessarily just by looking at the high schools, because it's evident that we don't even recruit locally, or at least not up to a majority percentage. So how do we gauge interest from the local community to say that they're interested in sports at LC?
Right now, at the HSOC department, we have one of our work studies that is a soccer player, and I believe his name is Max, right? Sorry, one of my coworkers is over there.
Don't say the names.
Sorry. Well, I didn't say the last name. So, you know, we talked and we asked him, you know, are you interested in soccer? And of course, the answer is yes. And again, I know you're very adamant, and that's fine with me, with the locals. If you're clearly saying that direction, I respect that direction.
Well, I think it's important for me, most importantly. I mean, even though community is not in the name, they're on the seal, it's still part of what we do, because the majority of the funds that come here come from local individuals here, from the property taxes that are here, from local students that are paying their tuition and fees. So yeah, I mean, if it were up to me, I want everybody that is going to benefit from Laredo Community College sports to make sure that they're from here in Laredo.
See,
Those are the people that I'm interested in. Those are the people those are my constituents that I have to answer to. I don't have to answer for somebody from Corpus or from Europe or anywhere else. With all due respect to them, they're not my priority. My priority is the people in my community. Those are the people I care about, that if they're gonna come here, they're gonna get some benefit out of it. And those are the ones that are gonna end up staying here. So that's why I ask, I mean, if you're talking about a survey that was being conducted, how do we gauge interest from the student population to say that they want sports?
As noted, you said you would love more, or are you saying 100%? Are you saying 90%? Give me
110% local.
Excuse me?
I want 110% local from members of our community that are here at Laredo College benefiting from the sports. That's me.
Okay, and
I know it may not be possible, but I mean, that's where I'm coming from, because those are the people that we answer to. Those are the people that's why we're all here. Those are the people that vote for us. Those are the people that, live and breathe here locally. Just like you said, it's about the athlete. It's not about the spectator.
Correct.
We know that the attendance is not there. I think that's evident from previous information that's been given. But, if we go back to the community, me personally, I want to make sure that the local community benefits, the local students benefit from it.
So
especially with all the money that's been given for scholarships. For it.
So I did bring this up at the ad hoc committee. If I was to get an international student as a walk-on, that would pay basically almost 3 times of what an in-district person would pay, I would have to say no.
But no, but I mean, and my thing is, not necessarily bringing somebody as a walk-on, but if we're going to be offering scholarships.
No, I understand. So you're saying just offer scholarships to local athletes?
No, not even, no.
I mean,
The question was, on your,
this is about the survey.
Right.
about the survey, you said that a survey is not correct with the students that are coming to college.
Correct.
Here.
Correct.
So where do we do the survey?
I'm.
From
How do we gauge
who?
the interest?
How do we gauge the interest of sports? If we don't do it with the students that are attending
Right.
Laredo College.
The issue here is that we're asking a survey of students that were not athletes, that basically are not, they're here because they're just here educationally.
But they're paying for it.
But they're paying for it. The student fee is being charged to them.
Yeah.
They're paying for the sports.
I
So
just wanna-
why
No,
would
we're not,
we
they're
ask
not paying
them?
for the sports because we don't have sports right now.
Well,
they're paying for the.
but they are paying for a fee.
Correct.
And eventually, if sports come back, guess what? They're paying for sports.
Right. And so that-
Everybody is.
and
So
so-
why will we not utilize them to do a survey? Just because they don't play sports?
And okay, there is a big difference between high school and college. In high school, basically anyone will walk on to high school and
Sure.
then they will get on and then they will get trained the first couple of years to hopefully by their senior year be on varsity. In college, they're supposed to be already trained. They're already here and we're supposed to mentor them and get them better at least 10%. It's a little bit different.
So Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado, then Ms. Elizondo and Dr. Carranza.
Let's go back to the previous slide. If you.
What do I do here? There.
So student interest in athletics. So you're saying that we can't take a survey from students because there's no athletics here because it's been suspended. Even though these students are paying the student activity fee for athletics, or at least partial athletics, to pay for salaries and other aspects of the student activity fee. So me as a trustee, who do I talk to say, do you want sports, yes or no? Obviously, it may be a grander question than that, but who can I go and I talk to? Because I can't talk to the 5,000 students that are here because sports is not here. So who do I go to? Because those are the students that are going to be paying for the sports essentially through tuition and fees.
I think if we rephrase some of the questions that were asked, that would make a big difference.
Okay.
I'm not against a survey. I'm just saying, let's work on the survey first.
Yeah, and that's great. I just want to know who, because you're saying that we can't talk to the students that are here because there's no sports. So my question is, who do we talk to?
Did you see the survey?
Yeah.
Okay.
So nothing wrong with it. I mean, it did the math as far as the student activity fee is stating is if we do bring back all sports, if the fee would increase, if you're willing to pay that increase. I mean, that's being transparent enough as far as what the math is on the student activity fee or the increase. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, we could definitely added more questions to it and definitely added a larger spectrum for the students that were there. But I mean, my thing is based on your slide is, you know, who else do we talk to? We can't even ask our own students because it's, you know, it wouldn't be a, you know, it'd be a biased survey. So
Actually, I don't even know the outcome of the survey.
I mean, well, I don't have the numbers. I don't have the numbers with me either, but again, I mean, my concern is if you're saying that we can't talk to the students about bringing sports back, then who do we talk to?
Right.
But you're saying that we just need to change the survey.
Change survey.
And have you considered sending a survey out? Sorry, last one.
I don't know if I can send out a survey. I wasn't asked about the first survey.
Can you send out a survey?
I found out about the survey later after it was sent out.
Well, you're not a student.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know, but you're asking.
All right, I'm done now.
Chair recognizes Dr. Tijerina.
There's requirements and approval processes to administer a survey to employees and to students.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
And just for clarification purposes, you're referring to the survey that was sent, right? Dr. Tijerina, was, because I remember we had discussed the content of the survey and you noted that a second survey was going to be sent out. Did that happen, or the results from the survey that we obtained are from the original survey that was provided to students?
So Marisela Tijerina, for the record, there was 2 surveys administered. One, because the first survey had 5 questions.
Yes.
I don't have the survey with me.
I have it right
There
there.
was a change to the survey questions on the round 2 of the survey. And the reason we stopped the first survey is because it was getting into the wrong hands of just the population when the intent was to stick to traditional students that are paying the student fee. And the reason administration felt to exclude dual is because they would have no idea what a student fee is, since they don't pay tuition fees, technically.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
So when you talk about the wrong hands, meaning they were replying and that survey was not meant for them, or what do you mean by that?
Went to the public, right?
Correct. Community members got a hold of that, and that was not the intent of what that survey was. So what we did is, I'm not sure how the courses were selected, randomly selected of traditional students, and the survey was administered in class,
In person?
in person.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
I know you all got into this survey bit, but the problem is the students already know if they want to watch football. I mean, not football here, but tennis or soccer or whatever. They already know. You don't need a survey for that. The coach is correct here. You know, when they come out of high school, you know, they should know how to play. If it's soccer, if it's baseball, or whatever. You know, yes, you'll be the father to all of them. That's natural, that's a given. But the thing is with the survey, students that don't like sports, they're gonna check it off. I don't want sports, I don't want sports. But it doesn't mean that they, you know, are against, it's gonna be against them all. They might like one of the sports. But the survey, you know, I never got a survey, you know, it was in college. I'm surprised I heard about a survey about students here. And, you know, and it was already beyond the bachelor's, and even in the bachelor's, I didn't get anything, even in the associate, because I do have 2 associate degrees. You know, and I never got a survey for sports, you know. Well, that was Galveston and that was St. Philip, you know, and they had sports.
You're not a student.
So, you know, that's only 2 little degrees that I have down there, you know, that I don't really, you know, but it's better than 0, I guess, you know.
Chair recognizes
Are we through with
Judge
that?
Martinez.
True? Okay, good.
Judge,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Coach, without really trying to put you on the spot, if you were to select 4 programs to be part of our curriculum here, which of the 4 athletic programs do you feel ought to be part of our curriculum with Laredo College?
Mr. Muir, can that question be asked to the coach?
Rusty Muir, attorney for Laredo College. So it's a workshop, obviously, there will not be any decisions made here. If the coach gives an opinion, it's an opinion. I think that no decision should be made about which sports, because there are legal issues that are involved in that, Title IX issues. And should the board say, my understanding is the board's going to meet in early December to discuss this issue. So if there is an idea of bringing back only some sports, I think we do have to visit about that in executive session. So that's kind of a long way of saying.
So it'd be best that he doesn't answer the question?
Well, I don't want to give the coach.
Not to put him on the spot is what I'm thinking.
But yes, I mean, so it's not anything that the college should consider as authoritative. There are legal issues, obviously, that are of concern.
Okay.
Title IX issues and things.
Again, this is a workshop. We're not asking for a specific vote whatsoever or actual decision. But based on your experience, based on the participation of a student, where do you think there was a more active involvement in what specific of these different sports programs?
Not answering the question completely, but I have 2 coworkers that have been with me for during this time. They're brothers and sisters to me. We've gone through a lot. I will tell you that we were not the best. Well, we weren't as close as we are now when we were in athletics. And, I think that you have the 3 coaches to bring it back right now. Just because we've been here, we've met everybody. We have a different insight of how the institution works, where it's going. And, we are recruiters. We're recruiters. And I mentioned this before, and I would love to be out there helping bring students to the college, not just as a coach or not just as an athlete, but, my son, I keep saying my son, my son's at United. I mean, I should be at United trying to bring students over here.
Just call him by his first name. We all know him.
Yeah. So Dominic should be a great kid that could help the college bring students here for next year. Sorry, Dominic.
Let me make this observation, if I may. Based on the presentation that you had, which is actually showed, and frankly, we have a very, very impressive tennis courts, so to speak, correct? And as you already have acknowledged, with the exception of Corpus, we're the only college that basically has a
covered
audience, so to speak, that can enjoy watching the overall sports, okay, whether it's competition or whatever it is. So I would presume, in my opinion, that obviously tennis would be one of the programs that we obviously should make sure that we actually have it within our college. Why? Because of the tremendous investment that we already have here, okay, which is really quite an impressive investment, okay? So obviously, let's say tennis would be one of the programs of the 4. What other 3 do you feel ought to be considered?
Like I said, I definitely want my two coworkers next to me, which would be softball and soccer. And if we were to bring another sport, ultimately we want to bring all the sports, but to bring the other sports, the hiring has to start already. We have to start posting it.
Okay, I still remember, okay, Laredo College, when it was still Laredo Junior College and then Laredo Community, it was considered one of the top community colleges in soccer. And you will know probably, I don't know, you may be aware of it or not, but this institution here was highly respected in soccer. As a matter of fact, it made state more than, I mean, on several occasions. Okay, of course, the majority of those students actually were foreign, primarily out of Mexico, to be specific. But be that as it may, Laredo College was highly respected as within this particular athletic program or sport, I should say. Okay. But here again, it's something that obviously this decision will have to be made by this board eventually. But I still feel that we ought to continue with our program, our sports program. I feel very strongly about that. I myself was very much involved in athletics. I don't mind telling you that. Primarily basketball, but be that as it may, I'm still very much involved in it. So I'm very much in favor, okay, of a strong curriculum in athletics. Okay, that's my feeling anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza. Dr. Carranza?
Yeah, the other thing basically that, I went to most of the games, you know, I like to. Soccer was great, that was the best, yeah. Tennis drew a lot of attention. Not tennis, volleyball, they only want girls where they want to bring.
Microphone.
Microphone.
Oh, yeah, because I don't want
Pobrecito.
Start over.
Get closer to the mic.
Okay, you want to hear it then.
There you are.
The best teams that Laredo has had at one time was basketball, you know, but of course we had the brothers here, you know, that. They used to fill up the stadium all the time. Now lately, the one that took over was soccer. And volleyball. We had a coach that went up north somewhere, you know, he used to always have a winning team. I think, I can't remember his name, but he had a winning team all the time in volleyball, the girls. And then tennis came around, and tennis, I don't know how much did they draw, because I went to a few games and, you know, from the far wide, it was not a lot of students there. So, you know, we go with soccer. If we had to go with the sports, I'll go with soccer. You know, and maybe volleyball later on, but I guess we go with tennis and we have you standing there, you know, so it's only fair for that, you know.
I appreciate that.
You can continue.
The next slides are just pictures of our teams. We do have tennis, and that's why we have some little kids, future athletes, hopefully. And that's Dominic. That's Dominic when he was 8 years old. Now he's 18. That's the clinic in the covered tennis court, and Dominic's somewhere in there. Our athletes and practicing. And that is the ultimate goal, winning the national championship and getting them graduated from here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don Juan. Next item I have is 4F, discuss options pertaining to the future of the athletics program. Dr. Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina and Mr. Cesar Vela.
Okay, so Marisela Tijerina, interim president. As the board knows, this has been a very difficult analysis, evaluation that has been going on since 2017. And former board members that have been here know that we have brought a financial consultant before. We have eliminated a lot of faculty positions, academic programs. And you saw with the student activity, the ones in red was academic programs that got closed down prior to athletics. We are at a point where, as you see, enrollment has stayed where it's at. We have a healthy budget, but in order, I mean, we talked about recruitment, expanding student support service. Today, our student enrollment is so different from where it was when I came in 2007. And one is the transitioning of more part-timers. Students, as Dr. Carranza mentioned earlier, they're here for a year. Why? Because prior, they've already taken dual enrollment courses prior. So even our honors program has changed too in how we structure it to where students are basically staying here for a year. So what I call is the harsh reality that as budgets become tighter, evaluations of every program, every service that we do has to be consistently evaluated. And so we're in the means of prioritizing. And when I say prioritizing, it's not just academic programs, it's services too. What do we feel as a Laredo college, we owe to the community more than anything, this COVID recovery of placing more workers into the workplace. And I did get the numbers of how many online and hybrid students we have, and that's 4,826 students. So think about how many students out of the 5,500 we talked about are doing online hybrid. So it minimizes the face-to-face interactions that we have here today. So when we discuss and every program in the defense of athletics too, every program on campus strives, as Dr. Fred Solis mentioned earlier, we strive to do what's best for our students, no doubt about that. And that includes athletic programs as well. But we are at a point where there's so many other demands, so many other needs, expanding recruitment, expanding the career transfer center. Everything costs money. And in order to restructure, to put back the worker into the community, there's priorities that need to take place. So I want the board and the community. I've only talked to 2 community members that have come forward with this situation since we started suspending athletics. And once it was explained to them, it was understood, why we're having these difficult conversations, So there's 3 options we're going to present based on what board members have discussed, the previous committees that we've had pertaining to this area. And option 1, and again, the reason administration is proposing this, and when I say administration, I don't stand alone. This is an entire president management team that comes together. If we disband athletics, there's no impact to the current budget, and that includes the general operating and the student activity. Also, there are currently no student athletes with a letter of commitment that we have issued out. Maybe back when it first began, we did, and we never took away those scholarships, for the record. We phased those students out to fulfill our commitment that we had with those students. But since then, no letters of commitment have been issued out. No divisional commitment has also been made, as Coach mentioned. The summary of why this is an option is because out of this pizza, right, there's only so many pieces of the pie, right, of the pizza that we can use. And so by disbanding, we don't have to reallocate college resources to focus on student success that affect the entire student body. Athletic programs are very costly. In an estimate, we spend about $14,000. And I think for the taxpayer, that's very important to understand. when you're paying $14,000 per athlete. Honors program. In our general operating, we have $200,000 that goes into the honors program. And there we supply 50 students of 200,000. So there's other, if the board's concern is about recruitment and bringing in more, there's other ways on how we can allocate versus putting a close to $2 million program to house, 100 or less students that after the first semester may not perform academically. So also what we've learned is that athletics, and Dr. Carranza mentioned it earlier too, the community engagement was not there, neither was our student engagement. And the surveys demonstrated that they had not attended athletic events, in the time that they were here. Few local athletes, as was mentioned before, were not basically recruited. Let me rephrase that. Local athletes were limited in the recruitment. Decisions. This decision does not create Title IX concerns or any implications. It also doesn't jeopardize SAC-COC. SAC-COC does not mandate us to have an athletic program. So this is why administration supports option 1.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado before you keep going
Yeah.
forward.
You mentioned it's 14,000 per athlete. That's per year or per semester?
That is per year.
$14,000 students, and that just encompasses as far as whatever's in the budget for those 5 sports, correct?
Right.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Cesar Vela, VP of Finance for the record. What we looked at is actually the cost of the athletic programs and then the number of students that we had. So it was just basically, we had divided over the number of students. So we had approximately 100 student athletes. The expenditures were close to about 1.4 million, or budgets 1.4 million, 1.5. So about 14,000 per student.
This is considering bringing the entire athletics program back.
Yes, again, this is looking at the whole athletic program.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
The average student that is enrolled, traditional student that is enrolled here, how much do they normally spend? Or I guess how much is normally given to them through scholarship or? Because if we're spending 14,000 on an annual basis per student athlete, how much are we spending per student?
I'm sorry, when we're looking at the cost, we're looking at the cost of the whole program. When we talk about what we're providing the student, obviously the scholarship covers the tuition and fees, and then there's the housing component to it. Now, well, let me rephrase that. Housing, I believe, is not covered, the student covers that component. It's the tuition and fees are the ones that are covered through the scholarship only.
But that's included.
That's included as part of the 1.4 million. The 75,000 that are allocated by sport is included as a cost of the program.
So then the average student, how much do they normally spend if, say, just come to take 12 hours here at the college? Sorry, guys.
Tuition for 12 hours.
Making you do math tonight, sorry.
16, well, if in district is 1,600. Yeah.
1,600?
If they're in district. Now, we are recruiting foreign students, that would be probably triple that amount, about 4,800.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Mr. Vela, earlier when Mr. Carranza asked how much the program was gonna cost, you noted that you couldn't tell at that time. So specifically, how much is the whole athletics program is gonna cost, given the 14,000? So times how many?
Yeah, no, I believe that the question that Dr. Carranza had was the cost of the study.
No, that he asked about the cost of athletics. Or how much, okay, forget that. How much is going to cost us? How many students did you take into account to get the 14,000?
The 100 students that
So
participated in
1.4
athletics.
million.
1.4 million, yes.
Okay.
And again, I'm basing it myself on the history of the athletic program. And again,
Yeah,
you are
sometimes
correct.
it does fluctuate. Sometimes they tell us 1.7, sometimes 1.5. So now, just for clarification purposes, this is at 1.4 million.
Yeah, because we're taking the average of the 3 years that we looked at, okay? And you're correct, it fluctuates, right? Expenses throughout the different fiscal years. So the 1.4 or the 14,000 was calculated getting an average of the 3 years that we looked at.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Okay, you know, you're saying 14,000, you know, you're saying that it includes the housing, it includes the meals, it includes everything?
No, I'm talking about the cost of the program itself. Included in the cost are, again, salaries, the uniforms, the equipment, and the scholarship component. So again, yeah, whatever, yeah, what's in the, based on the number of students that are participating.
So just to be clear, the total number of athletes make up 0.008% of the student population. Okay, so,
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
What number are you using for that calculation?
I was looking at the number of 2017, how many athletes we had at that point, and the number of students that we had. At that point, we had 9,846.
How much would that calculation be based on traditional students
On traditional students,
or non-dual students?
non-dual.
Why does it be 5%?
I don't have that number.
Well, it was in one of the, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Wasn't it?
Chair recognizes Dr. Solis.
Dr. Solis had it.
For fall 2017, which is, I think, the point of reference that's being used today, the non-dual population was 6,941.
900 and what, sir?
6,941 students.
So you're like 5%, huh?
About,
Is it 5 or 0.5? 0.5, right?
0.5.
Or is it 0.05?
about 0.2%. Okay, so the other option, is it okay if I go with options
Yes,
two? Okay.
sorry.
All right, not a problem. Is to reinstate men's and women's tennis, women's softball, and men's soccer with conditions in order to meet budget concerns, because this is what it's all about. It's where the harsh reality we are with our budgets, and at this point is the constant reevaluation that we have done. So if we reinstate with partial conditions, this will impact current and future general operating and student activity budgets. It is estimated for the 2023 athletic budgets with conditions that would require, and if you don't mind. Yeah, I just didn't know whether, so that way they can see what we talked. Do you mind distributing that? And Cesar, Mr. Vela is going to distribute the options that we're eliminating to make at least 764,988 budget rather than a close to 1.7 budget that basically consists of all programs. So if the general budget, and this is where, you know, when we talk about reinstatement, this is where the board needs to give us directions where this will impact, either in the general operating or in the student activity fee, because as you saw earlier, student life, we have to understand that budgets don't stay the same. Every year, every budget on campus increases more or less by 3%. Why? We experience it in our everyday life, right? Contracted services, salaries, everything increases. So we can't say, oh, well, the budget revenues there's a difference of 300,000. Well, yeah, but everything else has and continues to increase in monies, right? So when we do this impact, then it will either impact the general operating, where we have to remove this close to $1 million from the general operating, or reshuffle things from the student activity. So as we mentioned, can it be possible? Sure, but something's going to give out. Something's going to give out with the current programs and services, because it's not just about the academic programs, it's about the services that we serve.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Yes, I see here only football, and what's the tennis and stuff. What happened to the men's baseball team? I mean, they're the ones that started first.
This is the option two.
She put,
Option
option one
two.
was eliminate athletics. Option two, she's presenting, rescind.
Oh, weekend, but that's what I mean. Where's the men's?
We're not there yet.
No,
We're not there yet.
I'm ahead of the game. All right, I'm ahead of the game.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Okay, based on current numbers, it is listed here for the 2022 on the option that you're presenting as 764,000, right? And from the student activity fee that has been allocated for specifically for soccer and softball, it's almost $500,000. So we'll probably just foreseeing offsetting, if option two will be approved, offsetting a total amount of like over $200,000. Right? Based on the numbers that were provided.
The only thing with that is that there's the 500,000 that are not there. The revenue that's being generated is from the student activity is not enough to be able to say.
Okay, but based on the slide that you presented to us tonight, earlier, it specifically noted approximately $500,000 derived from student activity fees from soccer and softball, right? And with option two, if we were to proceed with this hypothetically, right? Because I'm 1 out of 9 individuals, right? We're only going to offset 200,000, right?
If we were
Based on the
to,
numbers from 20, because I understand the difference is 200.
if we were to do that, then we would need to cut student life budgets.
But why? If out of every scheduled semester hours, there's $10. Out of those $10, 6 go to student life, 4 goes to
But
athletics.
again, and I think that that's the big misunderstanding.
But that's on the numbers that I wrote it that right here. 2021, it was 1,107,270. Okay, and then that's the student activity
Yeah,
fee
no,
revenue.
but
And then you specifically illustrated from softball and soccer, it was almost $500,000. So
those
I
are
just don't understand.
yeah, but those are the budgets, right? Those budgets were.
No, that's
created-
the collection that you presented,
uh,
right? Look, I took a picture.
Of the presentation right now?
I here, just so I can make reference to it. Here. And then how much was the collection? The actual collection?
The actual collection, like I said, was 1.1 million just this past year. Okay, so $500,000 of that only leaves 600,000 for all the other programs that were listed in white and in red. So again, if the decision is to say, okay, well, let's fund option two and let's fund it out of student activities, okay. But we're gonna have to cut back on student life.
Well, that's because we wouldn't be removing we wouldn't be removing the, let me see, the tennis from the general operating fund, right?
Again,
Because
yeah,
because option two, it's a combination of student activity fees plus generating budget that will add up for the 764.
yeah, the 764,998 is bringing back soccer, softball, and tennis.
Mhm.
And then the athletic departmental budgets that impact all those 3 sports, not including the athletic director. The athletic director would not be included in this proposal. Again, if the board were to say, okay, we're gonna go with option two, we're gonna fund it out of student activities. That would include tennis going from GO.
Yeah, but it makes no sense because currently, as we speak and what we have seen in the past, every single year, forgetting about COVID year, right? Because it was not a usual year, it has been taken away from the operating budget,
Yes, no,
right?
and-
The athletics program,
No,
Yes, no.
and, well, meaning the director.
no, oh, yeah.
The director puts
Everything
in
else except.
the athletics and the tennis, it's from the GO.
Mhm.
And then soccer and softball, it's always been covered by the
Yeah,
student
no.
activity. fees.
And like I said, right now, option two is, okay, this is a proposal. To bring back those three sports, we're saying, okay, 764,000. Now, how we fund it, we'll have to work on that. Like I mentioned, we have 61 million out of the GO, and we have 1.1 million in student activities.
Because option two, actually what you're presenting is, and the reason why you're noting that we will have to cut in student activity or programs, it's because you're trying to pay for athletics and tennis from the student activity fee as opposed to the generating operating budget that we have always done in the past, right?
Even if you were to just pay soccer and softball, which is.
No,
about-
yes or no, right? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No.
The reason that we will have to cut student activity fees, it's because the option that you're presenting is to cover with those funds as
No,
opposed to.
this option, actually here is just, this is how much it would cost us. There's no option right now.
But why are you saying that we'll have to cut from the student activity?
Because right now, we have $1.1 million,
Mhm.
and we have set up a budget of 1.1 million that does not include all the operations of athletics, only the
I know,
salaries.
but currently, before COVID, we were paying with the student activity fee, soccer and softball.
Yes, but.
And we will have to cut student activities if we add tennis because it was never funded with student activity.
No, I
fees.
understand that.
Right?
And again, if the decision is, okay, let's bring them back and we fund tennis out of GO, not a problem. Okay, what I'm saying is that right now, the revenue that's being generated by the student activity is not enough to even pay for soccer and softball. Okay, so yes, can you bring them back and pay, and use student activities fees to cover those programs? Yes, but we'll
But
have
the
to make
difference
an
is
adjustment.
241,000 from when we used to back in 2018.
Yes, and back then the budgets were a lot much higher than the 1.1. We've, like I said, if you go back to the presentation, all those items that were highlighted in red are no longer in the
I know,
student
I'm not
activity.
talking about 2014.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
but
about
through,
based in the collection from 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. The difference is not big.
yeah, no, it's 200,000 that we still need to accommodate to be able to bring them back. Okay, so again, this is an option. You are right. We can leave tennis in GO. We'll still have to accommodate tennis and make adjustments to the GO budget. to
Like we
accommodate-
always have done.
Yes, it can stay like that. But again, what we're saying is that option two will cost us 764,988 with some restrictions so that we can limit the impact of to the budget, right? So 764,988, again, part can be done through student activities, part can be done through GO.
Yeah,
My
I don't think we should
recommendation-
hurt other programs just because we want to take it from that particular budget when we have always taken it away from the general operating. But anyways.
No,
that's
and
option two.
like I said, we can do that. Like I said, all we're trying to say is we are gonna have to make some adjustments to either student activities or GO.
Thank you, sir.
But making adjustments also does not factor in future programs, or like if we have international partners that want to come in and do certain programs, like it's limiting us on just working with what we have. There's not going to be room for growth. So by doing this proposal or this option, this will also place conditions on the student athletes. There will be no scholarships, no housing, no recruitment travel, recruit 100% of local students, which has been addressed before, requiring coaches to maintain fields and conduct other duties. And JCAA, at that point, we would have to go through a commitment or a divisional status change in order to be made. Now, what is the summary of this option? It does not allow, as I mentioned just a while ago, the reallocation of college resources to focus on student success, including future programs that impact students, community, and economic development. It may jeopardize general operating budgets because remember, today, this option is 764, multiply that by 3%, and that's how much the budget's gonna keep increasing. So it may jeopardize general operating budgets, including academic and student support services, thus affecting accreditation. It will affect student activity budgets that affect the entire student body. Decisions, and you heard it from Coach presentation, everything requires money. The fields, the recruitment part, all of that requires additional budgets that are not factored in with this minimal amount that we're presenting to you. So it may address, decision will require additional budget to address Title IX concerns, such as being able to have competitive fields and having limited resources. So administration does not support this decision. However, if the board votes on another, in a different option, then, we just wanted to be clear as far as what our concerns are with what we're presenting today. Option 3 is to reinstate all programs, regular, normal funding. So it will impact future and general operating and student activity budgets. This is an estimation, a budget request. From the general operating, it would require $1 million. And from the student activity, it would require $515,270. If general budgets are impacted, then reallocation of budgets needs to be made, which will eliminate possible programs or operational budgets, including salaries. If student activity budgets are affected, then student life will experience budget costs, thus affecting student programming budgets that target the entire student body. So student athletes, they will not be affected because they will continue with the resources that they had prior to COVID. NJCAA, we would have no divisional change as well. No divisional commitment change needs to be made. So in summary, once again, this does not leave any room for reallocation of future programs or services that impact students, community, and economic development. It may again jeopardize general operating as well as student activity budgets. And if resources are limited on academic and student support services, it may potentially affect accreditation. So in this option, administration does not support this as well.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos and then Ms. Elizondo.
So I have a question.
I did not place to
I had Ms. Ramos, then Ms. Elizondo, and then you, Dr. Carranza. Everybody's making it short.
Everybody's
making it short.
Everybody's making it short. So I have a question, going back to option 2. So let's say that as the board would decide for consideration of option 2. Could it be possible to allocate the 316,531 from the student activity fund and then the 448,457 from the general operating fund? Would that be feasible? Would that be sustainable? That's one of my first question. If we were to go with option 2, the board would decide, well, let's try option 2 because it's what we have right here in front of us, right? The board would need to address having the athletics from the student activity fund because back in April or May, we voted to have the sports be allocated from the student activity fund. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember that meeting that we had softball and soccer from 2014 that was added to that activity fund. But then in the March or April, when we met, we allocated that fund specifically to address the sports. And then, of course, we added the wellness at that time, right? So you mentioned here on the third area, student activity budgets are affected, then student life will experience budget costs, thus affected student programming and such as the wellness, which is a 200,000 and student life budget. So would we be able to do something like that, that would, and I would add to the conditions, increasing the, the merchandising, the booster, the association. I mean, any of that to make the program sustainable and to be able to have those allocated monies set aside. But I'm just asking, can we utilize part of it from student activity and then part of it from general operating fund, but then also go back to the board and rescind that motion that we made at the time?
Ms. Ramos, that's a good question, and I want to say, but I would have to look back in the minutes, that motion was rescinded.
It was rescinded?
I believe so.
Can we check up on that?
Yes.
Because maybe I had like temporary amnesia between then and now.
And I'll look at the timeline, because I know we had recorded.
Dr. Frey?
Chair recognizes Dr. Solis.
On May the
Question is
10th.
still here. I'm trying to clear this question so I can continue to the next one.
To your question, Ms. Ramos, on May the 10th, 2021, at that board meeting, the motion was rescinded by a motion made by yourself. And you moved then to suspend all athletic programs within the student activity fee and general operating budgets for fiscal year 2022.
Right.
With a mid-year evaluation focusing on enrollment and available resources.
But we had already voted prior to that to
But that was
make
rescinded.
the student activity fund
So
for the wellness.
the motion that was rescinded read as follows. Rescind the motion made on April 29, 2021, which reads temporarily reinstate the soccer program for the 21-22 school year
Yeah, I remember that.
and provide a men's and women's team representing Laredo College and Region 14 Conference with a program audit conducted at the end of the 21-22 school year and a review of finances in spring 2022. Furthermore, implementing a wellness program to benefit the community college and review periodically utilizing the student activity fund. That was the motion that was rescinded.
So what we did is we had that wellness take care of that area where we're still paying for the salaries, right?
Yes.
From the student activity. And we also designated that because we did not pass the other one, we rescinded, then we went ahead and allocated the money for that 200,000 that's under the wellness, correct?
That was the intent
Right.
to start that wellness.
I just want to make sure, because either we can get it from both places or we get it only from one area. That's, I guess my major question is, could we divvy it up if it was possible?
Just a point of clarification, for the wellness program, I know that the intent was to pay it out of the student activity fee, but again, going back to what we had to work with, we actually had to make that allocation under the general operating fund.
So it's not coming from the student activity?
At this point, no, because there's not enough revenue. And that is the concern, that if we choose option 2 and go and say, okay, well, let's fund those two programs out of the student activity fee, we are gonna have to revisit this at the next year's budget, because if enrollment doesn't increase, or if the fee is not adjusted, there's not gonna be enough revenue to support student life and both of those athletic programs.
But can't we get the salaries and move them to the general operating fund? And then just utilize the student activity fund so if the money is not generated, let's say after a year for the particular activities, which include athletics, if it passes, which includes the activities that are happening, because we're factoring in salaries we know that the understanding of the salaries are gonna go up, right?
So, yes, I'm sorry, when you say salaries, you're talking about the salaries of the coaches also, or the salaries of the student life?
Both, I mean, both, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So
again.
focus only on the activity itself.
Mhm.
Is it possible?
It's an option that we can take a look at.
I just have
yes.
questions. I
Again.
mean, I want to explore.
Yes. And again, with the understanding that, and I think Judge Martinez used this word to say, when we say we allocate funds, it's essentially we're gonna be subsidizing part of the program or the program. And again, by doing that, we're gonna have to give up something, whether it be in the GEO or the student activity. But yes, again, we can look at the options of how to work out the funding to see how best solve it.
Because right now it's all about needs and wants. What do I need and what do I want? I mean, basically, that's what it's coming down to. So that's my question.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo. I don't know if you all have this information available right now, but I would like really appreciate if you can send it to myself and to the rest of the board members. As per the conditions that will be placed if option 2 was to be considered, what's the actual total amount for, because I know it varies depending on sport, but for example, requiring coaches to maintain fields and conduct other duties. I mean, no, they don't do it right now. So, I mean, I don't know,
Again, Ms. Elizondo, this is something that we stated based on what previous administration, because part of the deal when we got the bus was that the coaches were supposed to get their CDL license. So other duties that are still in
but to
hand.
maintain the fields, not who's gonna drive the bus.
Well, the other duties were part of that, that the CDL, they were supposed to get their CDL to help with the bus.
But do they mean like watering the fields or cutting the grass, or what does this imply?
What was?
It says requiring coaches to maintain fields and conduct other duties, but in terms of maintaining the fields, like what exactly do you all mean?
Yeah, but back when those programs were presented, Dr. Vince Solis, who was the VP of Student Services back then, had actually brought this proposal that the coaches would help with the maintenance of the fields.
Was this done in 2018 prior to COVID?
No, again, it was
Well,
done for,
it
it was done
us
for.
to have like an actual amount to see how much are we approximately, because I know every field is different depending on the sport. So just so we can have an idea of truly how much we'll be saving on those particular line items. And my second question will be directed to one of the coaches. As part of option 2, it says NJCAA divisional status change will need to be made. Will can one of the coaches come on from chief? How would this change affect the athletics program as a whole? Not only one particular sport, but since they're all subject to the same national league, how is this going to impact the athletics program?
So there's 2 divisions. There's Division 1 and Division 3. Division 1 is scholarships, Division 3 is not scholarship. Now, we can stay in Division 1 even though we are not offering scholarship. It doesn't mean that we have to go to Division 3. We can still stay in the same division.
Coach, based on your budget, you had approximately $60,000 for scholarship. How many students were benefited from that particular award?
So in tennis is a little bit different on scholarships so on the. Let's just
The
put
entire team, just
Right,
an
so-
overall picture,
so
because I
let's
don't
just
want
say- Let's just say the men's are allowed 3 full scholarships and 6 partials. Okay,
But this is like, that award was for 1 year, correct?
correct. It's for 1
So
year.
how many students on an average how many players benefited from the $60,000 that were awarded to you back in 2018?
Every student, we try to give a little bit to everyone, but that all 9 players had 14,000, that is incorrect. Because in tennis, you can only give three full scholarships, and then the other 6 are partials.
But the 14,000 was just in general with
Correct.
what it was costing us
Like
to
including
have
the salaries
athletics.
of custodians, maintenance,
Everything.
insurance, they added that cost and they divided it by the number. of
Right, yeah, it just sounds different.
So how is it going to impact athletics competitive wise, or how is it
Well,
going?
I mean,
If we change the division.
if we're going this route, I mean, the biggest thing would be, are we gonna get evaluated on our win and loss record?
No.
And we have never been evaluated on a win and loss record. I know there has been talk about that. It was never implemented. Are the coaches gonna be evaluated this upcoming year? Well, you just lost, or let's just say, oh, well, we brought back athletics, and you guys are losing.
Okay, but my question is, if you change the status of the NJCAA, how is it going to impact you guys? How is it gonna impact? Athletics.
We don't have to change it.
No,
We-
but
we
that's
would-
the
right.
proposal, that's what I want to
Right.
understand.
But I don't know, did you know that we could stay Division I, non-scholarship? No, I mean, we can stay Division I. No, I know this for a fact. Right, no, this is for sure. Like, we can stay Division I with non-scholarship. But if we can go Division III, if we're staying non-scholarship, if you want to go that, we can. But that it's gonna change the dues, it's not. We can stay Division I, we just wouldn't offer scholarships, but we would still be Division I. And what,
I was gonna ask him.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so Dr. Carranza, you still want to ask? Because I have two board members that want to ask.
I'm ready to go. But
The
let's go.
coach.
As far as reinstating, I would like, following sports here in Laredo. And one of the biggest sports they do follow is soccer. And the other one will be tennis, because the high schools are doing very well with the young girls in tennis, in volleyball. Tennis will be the next one, but, I haven't heard much on tennis in high school. And in softball, well, they do play, but they haven't been, not even in high school, are they doing that well?
Here comes the microphone again.
Nothing was recorded.
Okay, next, Dr. Carranza, you're done?
Not true, yeah.
Okay, Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Coach Don Clinton, the Panola AD athletic director, he's also the chairman of this area, right? The president of this region, right?
Correct.
I think he indicated that Division I, you had to have the scholarships and the housing together, right? And then Division III just excluded the number of scholarships that you would give.
Correct.
However, it would change the dynamics. You could commit for 2 years, Division III, no scholarships, but then, you could afford them other, other incentives, if you, like, recruitment and stuff.
I mean, if we were to go Division III, it would make sense because we would be in that playing field, playing against non-scholarship for different titles. But again, we can, if we're saying eliminating scholarships, we can stay Division I. Division just one means it would be a bit unfair for us because we're participating against others that have the means for scholarship athletes, which would be a little bit different level.
But I would caution, I would go to Division III, just to be on the safe side. If that's what the board is going to want, I would consider going to Division III, because you don't have any scholarships and you're still playing with the same students that, of course, are not having scholarships. So, that would be something that we would have to discuss if the board would adopt option 2, I think. I think we would need to also have that discussion on what division we would stay in. But I don't think that that's something that the board needs to look at, Division I or Division III. If the division changes need to be made, then, but then again, I think that is something that administration, and if the board would adopt option 2, if they would adopt option 2, then that would be something that you all would have to discuss, but it's a possibility. Divisional status changes will need to be made. Why would you ask me to change the division when, you know what I mean? It's like, I understand it, but I'm not gonna say that I know exactly what it entails. That's just my question.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
Give me 2 minutes.
Delirious.
You forgot the question.
Oh.
No motion today.
No motions, no motions. Rusty's gonna get mad. Going to the comment that you made in regards to evaluations, how are you, just for the record, how are you evaluated right now?
We're on our graduation rate. We've been put on that. We have well, I haven't been evaluated for 2 years on athletics, so it's a little bit different. What were we?
Well, and I guess what I'm trying to get to is why wouldn't you be evaluated on your wins and losses? I mean,
That.
and it's a question.
Right. That was a question that has been brought up in the previous years and it was never, Troy never put that in effect, but.
Don't blame Troy.
He's not here.
Troy's not here. No, but I mean, why wouldn't that be considered an option to be evaluated based on your wins and losses? What's wrong with that aspect of, I mean, being evaluated on your wins and losses?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just if we know ahead of time that that's what we're being evaluated, then that's fair.
Okay.
It's just,
But I mean,
it's just knowing ahead of time.
Yeah, no, what I mean, but it'd be something that would be considered to say,
Right.
you're fine with being evaluated based on your wins and losses.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to be in Division I, non-scholarship. I'd rather be in Division III if I'm being evaluated in that aspect.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
This is just like, for real, my last comment. I'll just for the December meeting, I would like to direct staff and I'll get with Rusty just to include an item on the agenda for discussion and possible action regarding the student activity fee pertaining to athletics, because most of the proposals that we are getting, and it's not that we're gonna take action right now, but if we're not going to be having, if athletics are suspended and those monies are not going to be saved for future athletics programs or for example, in this one, FY 2023, we should not be charging students for something that we are not hosting or that it's not taking place. So I want to include an item on the agenda to discussion and possible action pertaining the student activities fee for the athletics program. So to possibly discuss the suspension as well. Because I mean, we didn't have athletics this year. We charged students, the funds were allocated for something else. And since I'm noticing here that they're estimating for FY 2023, I'm assuming that, I don't know how this board feels, so what action we're going to take on the future. If we're not going to have athletics for 2022, we should not be charging this fee. It's not fair for the students, it's not fair for the taxpayers.
Can you submit that through the?
I will, just wanted
the
to like put it
process?
on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, he already asked. They haven't finished. Dr. Tijerina, Mr. Vela?
So, Dr. Tijerina, I also have the minutes of when this item was voted from the board back in 2013. And the clarification is that there was never percentages or what was thrown in that bucket, right? But they did bring softball and soccer at that time. But as you can see from earlier, when Cesar, Mr. Vela presented, a lot of things have already been Xed out. You know, from the original thought of what this melting pot, like this pot was going to consist of.
Chair recognizes Ms.
For
Elizondo.
when 2014, when soccer and softball were introduced by this board, there was an understanding, just like you all brought the general use fee a couple months ago to see how it's going to be allocated. This was done back in 2014 as per, there was a common understanding that those $4 out of those 10 were going to be allocated for those sports. So
It was never presented in that format. As a matter of fact, the motion that was made by the board back then, and I don't remember the exact wording, but it never mentioned that the fee was gonna pay for soccer and softball. It just said for the enhancement of student services and programs. Included in that bucket, like Dr. Tijerina mentioned, was soccer and softball. So again, right now, the challenge that we have is that the fee doesn't generate enough revenue to cover all the items that are in that bucket. So again.
So why is there the separation between 6 and 4?
Well, that was just.
I can answer that question.
What I was gonna bring up.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza. Be sure your microphone is on.
I remember that meeting because I was the one that brought up. Because of you. I was the one that brought it up and said, let's go with soccer and which one was the other one? Volleyball.
Soccer and softball.
No, we didn't say softball. No, tennis. It was tennis. It was soccer and tennis, and that's what we went for. Not volleyball. I'm not softball. That's all I want to correct on that one. Unless they I don't think I missed a meeting.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
I think there needs to be a clarification. When we had the ad hoc committee, we asked the question, and I asked the question, $10 out of $10, Mr. Vela, I asked Mr. Vela the question, out of $10, if $5 before was being collected for the student activity fee, right? How much, when you got your $10 now, instead of the 5, how much of the $10 was being allocated for the sports area, which is, and that time, I believe it was said $4, right? $4. And then the $6 was for student activity. So, but it was never designated that way in 2014, because in 2014, there had to be several items, and the person that Coach Lansford and Coach Ibarra, they were not present at that meeting because they were voting on bringing in softball and soccer at the time. Now, I wasn't present either, but I went back and I checked on the presentation that was given by Dr. Vincent Solis, and they put in those different allocations for different activities, and in there, they included student. And correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, you were here, I know Ms. Mares, Judge, they talked about with Mr. Eleazar Gonzalez, right, Gonzalez? They talked about it, they went over it, and I even asked Dr. Solis, then Dr. Vincent, I said, how did you all manage to bring softball and soccer to the student activity? And he said, we had to put other items in there so that it would be equal to the different activities that were coming in. Now, the salaries for the student activity fund were not added until later, correct? That they were transferred over, right? But it was basically, the student activity fund was student activities. That's what they were doing. And then they added softball and soccer, but kept the other sports in the general operating fund. So I just wanted to make a clarification, because I know that, you know, we talked about the $6 and the $4, and I was gonna give you a $10 bill, and then how much you're gonna give me for sports, and, you know, yeah, it works. You know, that's, I don't know.
And I think that the breakdown came from the budget, right?
Yes.
We said, okay, back then it was 400,000, so if we get the $4 will get you the 400,000, so that, but again, it was never voted, okay, 60% goes here, 40% goes here.
Right.
And you are correct, like when those discussions were held back then with Dr. Vince Solis and Mr. Gonzalez, the CFO back then, there was discussion because we said, okay, it is a student activity fee, but it needs to cover student activities, not just athletics, because athletics is just benefiting those 100 students. So that's why those programs were enhanced and added.
Yes.
And yes, there was even discussion on saying, okay, well, why don't we just do an athletic fee and put all athletics in there? But again, the concern was, well, we don't want to increase the fee that much, because it was going to require much more than the $5.
Right.
So again, yes, that's how I think the breakdown of the 60.
I just wanted to make sure, because I thought, again, maybe a temporary amnesia that I got in between, you know, the time we talked about it and right now, but yes, I do remember asking you $10, and how much do I get for athletics, and we divvied it up between 6 and 4, so.
Okay, you're done with the presentation?
Yes, thank you very much.
Can it
board
be
members.
sent out to all the board members? Because I know Mr. Rangel is not here. So everybody can have it, everybody can study it. So when it comes to the board, everybody is aware of all the options. Can you do that? Can you also send the coach's presentation as well to the board members? And Mr. Muir, is that okay? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm almost done. So the next meeting dates, we have our regular board meeting tomorrow, November 30th at 6 p.m. Then we have a special board meeting on Tuesday, December 7th at 6 p.m. Then we have our regular board meeting on Tuesday, December 21st at 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Ramos and a second by Mr. Delgado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good night.
Bye, Esteban.
Bye, Esteban.